do, do. Dong, dong, dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's time for the Idget Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, wheresoever, or howsoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes I can go a couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, let's do something like something. Let's get some music going. So, I made a boo-boo. Made a little boo-boo. I left the game running overnight. Oops. And when I came back, I had no power. Okay, saying I had no power is kind of an overstatement. I had a lot less power. I was down to about like 2 terawatts. And when I started dialing back and trying to figure out what in the hell was going on after actually having to close the game, because I guess the longer the game runs, the more and more RAM it eats, which that sounds about right. My rocket fuel wasn't getting turbo fuel. Okay, whatever. That's been happening. Went back to the turbo fuel. Turbo fuel was saying it wasn't getting fuel. Went back to the fuel. Fuel said it wasn't getting heavy oil residue. Went back to the heavy oil residue. It said it wasn't getting oil. So I made a slight adjustment on the oil thingamabobber. I do not know if this will work, but I need to make sure that all these read 0, because if they all read 0 here, that means the system that way is filled up. Yeah, and there's that too. I'm running on batteries. Because right now the only power plants I have is coal. I got my 250 here, and then I've got the rest of the coal plants that are kind of scattered around the map. Which, I'm kind of grateful that they're still there. Because I kind of need them right now. Because since I'm not making rocket fuel, I'm not eating compacted coal. Since I'm not eating compacted coal, I'm not using most of my coal. By not using my coal, that leaves coal for the coal power plants that are scattered around the map. Looks like this is finally filled up. This did take quite a while to fill up. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to turn all these valves down to nothing. Because I don't want these valves to actually adjust. These aren't here for flow. These are here to keep the oil up here, which is set by this pipe. So hopefully I'm setting my head lift based on that one pipe. I looked into a little bit more on the water tower trick, and yeah, this is one of the ways to do it. Because obviously my other way was not working for some reason. Should have worked, but it wasn't. I have went ahead and filled up all of the refineries that eat all of this oil. So that, not only is all the oil back to the oil wells and oil extractors and all that stuff filled up, but the other side is as well. Why is last night's chat on screen? I have no idea. Give me a second, I will find the right thing and I will clear that. Funny thing is, I'm not even seeing the I think I just nope, that doesn't work. I don't know. It'll go away as you guys fill it up. It's kind of weird though. It's never happened. I don't see a clear chat option here, so I have no idea. But now that I've got all these turned down to 0, I'm gonna go ahead and put down a hard save. That way, if I have to come back to this, I don't have to spend like multiple hours to refill the oil. Yeah, when I say I'm running on batteries, I'm running on batteries. So let's go ahead and fire the fuel back up, and we'll get that working. Hopefully, start making some actual power again, so I can get off batteries. And I kind of knew this oil thing was going to take a little bit of dialing in. And now we'll start making fuel, which will start making turbo fuel, which will start making rocket fuel, which should start making power. We should. We're definitely eating more power, which the more power I eat, the faster the batteries drain. But that's one of the reasons why I have a whole hell of a lot of batteries. Production's staying pretty stable. Consumption will actually keep ramping up because as the fuel moves down to the turbo fuel, more things start coming online. But right now, I'm just kind of hoping and praying that we can actually get power production back online before I run out of batteries. All right, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to see if I can't figure out why chat's being stupid. Going on my bot, I can probably just reconnect that one. I just gotta remember where the hell it is. Integrations? I don't think it's integrations. Services, maybe. Is it ever just one? If it ain't one thing broke with you, yeah. I'm trying. No one ever said I was good at this shit. do. Oh, I know, Rob. But I mean, there's still new people that might actually think I'm good at this game, or good at streaming, or good at anything. And I have to warn them that no, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Up to 200,000 production, so that timer's ticking down pretty quick. And hello. We got Rob and Drake and Casper. On the positive side, I did go through and adjust my alien power matrix production, because I had originally the setting was 200 or 155.5556, something like that, and I had dialed it up to 155.56. That wasn't quite doing it, so I dialed them all up to 155.6. And at the moment, I'm not bleeding anything. The drawback is I had done what I normally do to refill the line, and I had literally just cut one of the lines into one of the power augmenters so that I wasn't feeding the 35 per minute into, or the 5 per minute into that. So basically, I just snipped this line and let it backfill. Unfortunately, I really let it backfill.
Fixit property will not function outside of Fixit property. Return Fixit property to Fixit property immediately.
So we got at least a little bit of turbo fuel coming down here. Why is that rocket fuel not going nowhere? Why are we full on rocket fuel? What the fuck? Why are you not hooked up, bitch? I mean, I probably know why that's not hooked up. This one's not either. Go! Go make power! I need power! That was probably unhooked because I was trying to pressurize a turbo fuel line, and I mean I don't bother with that method anymore. I have a whole different stupid method now. Production is starting to climb, and there's a Johnny. Welcome in, moderator man. Climb, baby, climb! Oh, making more. We're flirting with making more power than we're eating. If the graph is blue, I'm making more. If it's orange, I'm not. Yeah, slots has a really, really, really low win rate. And the drawback is that oil system was working for quite a while until I started bleeding all of it, or using all of it. Well, we're starting to get... We will have to pressurize the turbo fuel lines, I know that. Alright. We got some rocket fuel being made. What's going on, nerd? Oh no, don't do that shit. I'm having enough trouble with the pipes as is. Today is definitely going to be a pipey episode. So each of these should be reading around 600. I don't know why that one wasn't reading shit. One thing I kind of wish we had was a, I know we don't really need it, but it'd be kind of nice if we had a pipe flow rate modder. That one's not even full. That's weird. I got one pipe that's not full. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some kind of like visual indicator that you can just walk up to, and you don't have to go into each and every pipe like I do. So nothing should be coming out of this system. Like I can theoretically disconnect this pipe. But I have to keep that pipe connected. I could put a valve on that pipe and turn it off. Because from everything I've read, valves don't adjust head lift. So as long as that doesn't empty out, then I know I've got all my valves set. I'm going to go ahead and double check my valves because my ass is paranoid. No. Yeah, I'm glad I was checking the valves because that one wasn't set. Where the fuck did my crude just go? Why did I just run out of crude? That's no. Alright, check again. That pipe has nothing in it. God damn it. We'll probably be doing a lot of saves coming today. Where the hell did my crude go? There's no pipe going down that doesn't have a valve. I just quadruple checked. There's no pipe going down that does not have a valve, unless one of these is not hooked up properly, which is impossible because these are literally blueprints. And I nudged the valve into place, then I hooked up the pipes. That's why the pipes aren't like halfway through the valve. If this system is full, then this pipe should not be able to empty. It also shouldn't have any flow rate on it, but obviously what it should be doing and what it is doing is not always the same goddamn thing. That flow rate's going all over the place. A little annoyed about that one pipe not having anything in it now. Yeah, that one's empty. That one's empty. Got a lot of empty pipes here. Alright, I'm gonna reload that save. Now, first and foremost, we know that one pipe, or that one valve was not set correctly. This is definitely where I'm asking for, I'm kind of asking for help. We all know I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I really don't want to go through and put a crap ton of pipe lifts or head lift pumps in. But I mean, if I have to, I have to. I just need the damn game to load. Okay. Let me go through and double check every single one of these. We're starting at the very end. There's no... That one's off. That one is off. That one is off. That one is off. That one is off. 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 Not on. Opposite on. Off. Okay. We all agree those are all turned off. I'm gonna go back over here. I'm gonna turn the fuel on so that we can get back off batteries. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go hook up those two turbo fuel pipes real quick, the rocket fuel pipes. A little harder to identify it now because you know, I can't just rely on the yellow light. There they are. That'll give me a little bit more power for a split second. Because those each have a little bit of turbo fuel in them, and they've got some rocket fuel. So yay! Now bear in mind that ain't shit for rocket fuel. But it's at least some. Okay. Now if I go through all these pipes, they should all read 0. That's what I want. And then I'll drop another save, and then we'll go turn the fuel processing on. Alright. I'm gonna drop a new save. Oil reset 2. Alright, that might have been the error there with the save, may have been the fact I pressed enter and I clicked save. So we'll do another save just to make absolutely certain that I didn't screw anything up. Fog, where is your air? I ran out of oil last night. I let the game run overnight. So far I have 2 errors. One, my no head lift oil system did not work, so I've adjusted it a little bit. And 2, I had a rounding error on the alien power matrices. What's going on, Egyptian? The error is the player. Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. I will be, like I think I was trying to say, I will upload this save tonight. Or if you guys want, I can upload it now for anybody else who wants to try to play around with this shit. See if they can figure out what's going on. Like I said, I did add these valves. I raised up this entire system by a little bit so I could squeeze a valve in here. All these valves are set to nothing. They are fed by a T-junction here from the high pipe. Remember, we always mark the high pipe. I've got 3 high pipes, but this is the one I always use. And it is fed in. This valve is also set to nothing. So this oil that's in here should not be able to go anywhere. And it should be taking head lift from this pipe. I would say should be and are not the same word. That one has. The drawback is obviously if you want to use the save game for right now, you will have to be on experimental because 1.2 is not out in non-experimental. I have an itch on what might be the mistake. Do you want the save bog? Or do you want me to check something? Teach me your ways, oh Master Vogue. Help me! Help me, Jeebus! Do you have a power pole right here so we can watch this? Obviously, right now I've got to get the heavy oil residue to process the fuel. All the heavy oil residue refineries at this point, when I fired up the fuel production, they were all full. I had turned off the fuel blenders, but I left the heavy oil residue refineries running so that I could fill up the heavy oil residue pipes and the refineries and the oil pipes input and all the oil pipes from those refineries all the way back. You know where the pipes come from? Not a clue. I know that purple pipe comes from the Red Forest. That pipe and one of these three, and then one of these three, all come from the Red Forest. Yesterday, I came back from work about 5:30 p.m., sat at PC for about 20 minutes. I'm like, I want a nap. Immediately fell asleep till 7 a.m. Yep, been there. Nap turns into a 12-hour sleep. But when I said earlier that those are blueprints, I mean, they're blueprints. I made a blueprint for this. Thinking maybe a loading in error. The problem is, like I said, I let it run overnight. When I got up this morning and checked, I had no oil. If I slightly adjust my flight path, that hypertube will actually get me all the way to the Blue Crater. And I'm not even touching my jetpack. Yeah, that is blue. It is flowing. We got 300 per minute coming out of that. I never had zero oil. I had a lot of lines that had zero oil. And by zero, I mean like zero flow rate. Obviously, I had whatever trickle was left that wasn't enough to fill the refinery. The drawback is I don't have a hypertube to get back home. Get back to the build. I wanted to come down here and check these because these are kind of the closest ones that have the... I honestly think these have the greatest head lift change. Like now that's showing zero. That's not running. You're running. So what I'm thinking with that... Oh yeah, I know what's going on with that. I think I know what's going on with that. That's flowing max. That's flowing max, okay. I believe that one is because that pipe junctions into another pipe. Which might be a problem. That might be a good chunk of my problem. This is a 150 pipe. If you know the locations of oil on the map, you know there is a oil well in the swamp that only has 450 in it. So I took this 150 pipe and that 450 pipe and added them together to make a 600 pipe. Well, if I look at oil, not nitrogen. Nitrogen, I don't have to worry about that shit with. So what I'm thinking is the way I know how pipes work, and this may not be correct at all, the resource well in the swamp may be pushing harder I'm going to check a few pipe segments on my way to the swamp. Make sure they still have, they're full of oil. I'm mainly looking at any time it goes up. That's actually got some flow right now. But it wasn't filled. That ain't got shit. Could this potentially be the problem? Yeah, that ain't got 0.2 cubic meters out of 44.4 cubic meters. We got flow right here, and it's bouncing back and forth. Maybe you can put a priority junction on the talking about like a VIP junction. I was thinking something along those lines. Because this doesn't even have shit for movement. Oh, good God, don't tell me that's still hooked up. God damn it. That has no movement. May have found my problem. I may have found the problem. I never disconnected this weapons factory. And if I recall correctly, there's a sink in here. Yep, right there. But the sink's not hooked up. Yeah, no heavy oil residue. They should not have been taking oil. That one might have been. No. There's two things here that had oil. They're both full. You could try putting a head lift tower at the blue crater that's higher than your factory. Yeah. Try not to do that. I do think a priority junction or possibly just a go back to my save. Oh, I knew we'd be spending at least a stream troubleshooting this thing. Today's stream has always been planned. So this save puts me right before I started up the fuel. So all my pipes should be full. I think I'm going to just try to put a junction or a valve. Yeah, I said at least. I said at least one stream. I think I would put a valve coming out of the blue crater on that 150 pipe right before the swamp. Right before it connects to the swamp. And I mean an actual valve that's set correctly. Otherwise, we'll be using a VIP junction. I'm going to try with just a valve first. I mean, look enough, that's right over here. I'll switch my jetpack because it's a little faster. Well, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time troubleshooting it. If I have to disconnect a couple pipes and run in limp mode, I will. And then we'll come back and reevaluate. I got to get the nuclear going as well. Because even if I'm running in limp mode, where I'm not running, the entire bastard. Okay. Get rid of this pipe right here. This pipe should be full. This pipe should be full. Let me go back and check the... I think I was having troubles at the top of this hill. I think this is where we were having problems. That is completely full. That is completely full. That is completely full. Okay. I don't like McDonald's at all, so I go for Burger King. At least their cheeseburgers actually taste like fucking beef. In my opinion. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave them turned all the way up. Well, let's set this to 150. That's the most that can come through that pipe, and we'll set this one to 450. I don't think this step is needed, but paranoia right now. Yeah. That one I'm aware of the flow rate stagger multiplier, however you want to call it, the bit rate on the valves. I'm trying to remember who the creator was. It went over, did a really, really good video on it. Yep, I am Drac. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that pipe that we know is at least having a slight bit of issue. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it like a fucking hawk. Honestly, if you're not cussing when doing troubleshooting in Satisfactory, are you really doing troubleshooting in Satisfactory? I honestly don't think Kibitz does his troubleshooting on stream because God knows he'd be cussing up a storm. Why am I running? Because I'm too dumb to remember that I can put it down wherever I want and not have to do that. Is that the answer you're looking for, Fog? I literally forgot I could just do that. And I don't think that switch is named. Okay. Nope, it's still draining. But it filled right back up. I've watched him before you, dude is so far into the game. He runs it at 17 frames per. I mean, I've gone down to 10, but only when I'm doing like massive beltways. It's one of the reasons why I'm not putting up a lot of structures. I'm not putting up a lot of walls and all that stuff because I know that eats into it. He's got a better system than me because A, he's running a dual PC system, so he's offloading all of his streaming stuff onto another PC, and he's got a better graphics card than I do. A little bit of slosh, but at the same time, I'd rather have a slosh than just watch this pipe completely empty. Because that was the problem we encountered when I came over here earlier. This pipe was just empty. That's why I'm watching it. Don't get me wrong, I'm definitely not bashing on Kibitz at all. I watch every video he puts out. I don't watch his live streams. I've tuned in a couple times. Yeah, I can imagine how jacked up his stuff is. I'd actually be kind of curious to know how large his save file is. Are these two pipes the only ones that are combining outside of the 10-meter head lift that you get from the extractors? I think there's one more joint. I think there's only 2 joints. And God damn it, that pipe's empty. It wasn't this pipe that was the one, it was this one. It's at the top of the hill, not at the bottom of the hill. So the valve trick did not work. Yeah, I just have to remember where it is. I think it's at the Desert Canyon oil. If I had to run those as two individual pipes all the way up and then combine them after, I will. The worst thing is, at one point in time, I thought this floor here was actually going to be big enough for this factory. Very quickly figured out that wasn't the case. Yeah, that floor ain't big enough. I don't know if that floor is going to be big enough for the nuclear. Lucky enough, I don't have to play with a lot of fluids for nuclear. They're all connected at down there after their pressure, or where I do the pressurization. There's two pipes that weren't full. This is nitrogen. There were two sub pipes. Quick question, based on the same thing, do you measure how good a burger joint is by a cheeseburger? Well, if it's a burger joint, yeah. If it's a burger joint and they can't make a burger, then there's some issues. I'm pretty sure it's one of these two pipes that merges in. This is only a 300 pipe. This pipe has got 300 coming through it. This pipe has got 300 coming through it. If the junction is higher than the spot where you combine your pipes for the head lift, it may lose the head lift. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure I understand exactly what you're referring to. So this 300 pipe is this 300 pipe comes from the Gold Coast. As far as I know, this is the highest spot on this pipe until it gets down there. Oh, I'm glad you get what he means, Johnny. You're not playing the game. So that you getting it doesn't mean... I think I do, and I think... Because obviously the problem I'm having is the pipe coming from the Blue Crater has a combination junction. I'm going to use the term combination junction, where two pipes merge into one to become a heavier pipe. To become a larger pipe, a bigger pipe. Ooh, there's also the fact that this is literally two completely full Mark 1 pipes joining together to become a Mark 2 pipe. Whereas over there, it's a half full Mark 1 joining to a, say, half full Mark 2. Halfway between a Mark 1 and a Mark 2. That 450. So like here, it's 300 coming from one, 300 coming from another. There's no weird balancing bullshit it's trying to pull off. The problem is, I believe that if any pipe loses pressure, the whole system loses pressure. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. If one pipe loses pressure, the whole fucking system loses pressure. Because like that's how generally hydraulics, pneumatics, all that shit works. If you're bleeding pressure anywhere, the whole system goes to. So do you think giving a shot to just swapping that Mark 1 pipe out to a Mark 2 would be worth it? 600, 600, 600, 517. I don't know where that pipe comes from. 600, 600, 6, 0. That pipe is empty. That pipe is empty. I got 2 pipes that are empty. Okay, so we got, and that pipe, no, that pipe's running fine. We got 2 empty pipes that I need. If it was only one, I wouldn't be that worried. That one's doing some sloshing. Okay, so that is this pipe and this pipe. That pipe comes from here. It's probably one that has. The fuck? Okay, it's the far pipe. It's this pipe. Definitely has some flow rate issues. Now that's nitrogen. Why am I looking at nitrogen? The hell are my oil pipes? Fuck. I'm lost and confused. Okay, so it's this pipe. Goes over to here. There's this pipe. That is the top pipe. That is the one from the swamp. That doesn't make sense. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 432. I appreciate the hell out of that. That doesn't make sense because you connect them all and they all should share head lift unless you miss a Mark 1 small section. So, what do you mean a Mark 1 section? I have my fluids color coded. I've color coded all of my oil all the way back. I even put this like weird color in on my nitrogen and on my oil so I knew which one was a doogie pipe. What do you mean the Mark 1 section? I need to find that other pipe. Now I got 3 pipes that are empty. God damn it. Stupid jetpack. Hoverback. Because before it was this pipe. Now I've got more pipes that are empty. Or no? Now I've got more and more pipes are emptying. Like a Mark 1 hidden inside a junction somewhere. No, that should not be a problem. The only thing that why I was so adamant about asking about the Mark 1 pipe is there is a pipe of 150 coming out of the blue crater that I have in a Mark 1 pipe because it's only 150 cubic meters. I hate jetpacks and hoverpack. Flight mode is best. Yeah, I don't want to turn on creative mode. Because the second I turn on creative mode, the second I start doing any of this in creative mode, someone is going to accuse everything of being creative mode. Oh, you're only able to do this because you're in creative mode. You're only able to do that because you're in creative mode. Blah, 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 blah. No. None of this has anything to do with me being in creative mode. Or maybe in creative at all. Can't have anybody misbelieving that one. Okay, so this goes back to before I put the valves down. I'm just going to run a Mark II pipe all the way to the blue crater. Replace that Mark I all the way down with a Mark II. The valve that I put in last time that did not work is not there. This Mark I pipe is in nitrogen, so... yeah, that's nitrogen pipe. Now, obviously, I could easily solve this by just putting a crap ton of Mark II pumps in. I don't want to do that. I know this is possible. I've seen it done so many times on water that it should be possible on oil. I know in the real world, oil and water are two very different fluids. I do need to remember to disconnect this. Let's just do this. There, that's disconnected. Fluid problems always come with age. Yeah, that's true. Give me a second and I'll read. I have a severe paranoia about being here in the Abyss Cliffs that I'm going to fall off, so I'm not sure if this is actually going to do anything. But where I'm currently standing is the entire problem. I have an idea. I had this before. Somehow my blueprint stacked and visually is only one pipe, but in reality it's two. If I was having that problem, I wouldn't be able to get oil through it, though. And honestly, this system ran for quite a while. Well, actually, it didn't run very long at all. Once I had all the rocket fuel hooked up. Once I was actually trying to pull all of the oil, it came crashing down pretty fast. I checked all the overclocks. Well, I'm really only having issues with this one. This is the single problem. And then this causes depressurization elsewhere in the system. And then everything starts falling apart. And only the areas that can actually flow are running. So like the 2100 oil or whatever I'm getting from the Red Forest. Oh, there should be 3 pipe junctions. There should be 3 dirty pipes that are connecting, not 2. As you start looking at what oil is where, how much oil is where, there's not full pipes coming out of the blue crater, hence why I've got this. There's not a full pipe coming out of the swamp. There's not full pipes coming out of the desert canyon. I don't know what the hell the area is called. You know where I'm talking about. And there's not 3 full pipes coming out of the Red Forest. I'm trying to be extra careful to catch that partial pipe, the little auto connect nub. Do. Now let me double check the overclock on this. Obviously, this is kind of the problem pipe. That is fully overclocked. But this right here, this is the problem pipe. So let's throw down a power switch. I don't know which one of those two it is. Save. What, just because it took me so long to run all that pipe? Alright, let's go to the problem spot. The first problem spot. Obviously, I don't think there'd be any problem with a flow rate coming out of wherever the, let's call it the impure pipe coming out of the red forest. Because obviously that's going to set head pressure on whatever the hell it connects to. I think we can all agree on that one. If I have a half pipe coming from way up high and a half pipe coming from way down low, it's taking the head pressure from that half pipe up high. Agree? Ah, damn it. I was trying to get up above this. Looked like there was a Mark 1 section you missed one of the little bits. I hope not. Oh, wait. It's not here. It's not here. It's at the top. It's here. This is what I need to be careful of. If it's going to drain, it's going to drain here. Right where you cut across the corner line. Nerd's on YouTube, so he's got that fun delay. So I gotta try to figure out where he's talking about. But I'll just I'll try to look at the pipe. Alright, lucky enough, it's pretty easy to tell the difference between clean Mark 1 and clean Mark 2. Corner I flew around. This corner or that corner? I'm gonna wait for just a second. Alright, Nerd's saying this corner coming up. That's Mark 2, that's Mark 2, that's Mark 2. That's Mark 2. That's Mark II. The banding gets kind of weird because it's such a short section. Looks like it's all Mark II. I only got 5 cubic meters coming through there, so I have a feeling it's stalled out again. Yeah, and on top of that, I think that if I'm far enough away, it's kind of hard to tell. Here's my flat spot, and it's fucking empty. So changing to a Mark II pipe did not fix it. So I think I'm just going to try to run the blue crater pipe farther and combine them closer to... I think I'm going to run the blue crater pipe farther in and combine it closer to the head lift pressurization system. I think that's a good name for it. Because I think the problem is I'm going up, and then I've got a junction. I go down, and then I go back up. And then I go down and up and whatnot before the head pressurization system. How close to the swamp oil am I combining it? Pretty damn close. I'll show you exactly where once the game loads. I gotta remember to do that. All I have to do is press 1 and I can switch my jetpack. Or switch my pack, I guess. Height-wise, above or below 10 meters of the node? Well above. It's probably like 40, 50 meters above the node. So here's the node height. Get rid of this pipe. And there's where I connect it. So this is, I mean, it's probably not 40, 50 meters. It's probably like 15, 20. Let's do some walls and find out exactly. So 8. I'd say probably about 12 meters. So do you think bringing this pipe down, combining and then taking it back up? The fuck? When the fuck did that valve get put in there? I swear to God, that valve's been the whole problem this whole time. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. And by that, I mean, like, give me like 5 minutes for the game to reload. I need to check the pressure, the setting on that valve. I have a feeling that valve's actually turned all the way off. Stupid freaking valve. Screw you, Gabe. Stupid valve. Checks Edge's blood pressure. Yeah, I haven't even taken my pills today. But you got to admit, at least I'm doing the proper troubleshooting. I'm not doing like Moon Knight, random bullshit go and trying like 20 different fixes at one time. And then, trying to run them. And like, okay, well, one of those fixed it. I swear to God, that valve set to 0. If that valve is set to 0, and that's been this entire freaking problem, I'm going to be a little annoyed. I didn't even see that valve. Okay, first and foremost, I have to disconnect this pipe. No, it's set to 600. But I will get rid of it. Okay, so it's that one. If it's 12 meters, you may want to put an unpowered pump to remove the head lift. Were you asking what the height difference between that junction and the pressurizer was, or the height difference between the node of oil and the junction? So this is the problem spot. This has always been the problem spot. Takes a couple minutes to empty out. Power pole check. It's not looking good, vibe. It's not looking good right now. Having some slight issues with oil. Yeah, the oil node to the junction between the two pipes is probably only about 12 meters. But the pressurizer, I have no idea what the height of that is. Yeah, like I said, we're having a little trouble with oil right now. I swear to God, that valve was the whole problem. I'm going to be pissed. Easy fix, just uninstall the game. That's not going to happen. Now, we're not getting a really great flow rate through here, but the pipe's not emptying out either. That hurt. pipe's not empty. Not getting great flow rate through it, but I mean, 150. I should only get 150. Because this pipe's only got 150 in it. Not liking that. But it's not sloshing. Yes, I have my augmenters. And I have them fed. That's the only reason I have as much power as I have. Here it's got no flow rate. And I got a bubble. I got a big bubble. I'm gonna go to the blue crater real quick and see if that pumps, if that extractor is doing anything. Hello, Amaya. It does not seem like the valve itself was solely the problem. Yeah, just remember, Vibe, I'm doing a water tower trick. So I'm not using head lift pumps. It's yellow. Zero. Nothing's coming out. Those are working just fine. Problems persisting at water tower source. Yeah, basically I just run out of oil. One pipe fails and then it takes down the entire system because I'm pressurizing the entire system using the high oil. I'm trying to basically trick the system by using the head lift of the red forest oil. Beating your efficiency right now because 0 megawatts consumed, 0 megawatts generated, infinite efficiency. I'm not 100% sure that's how that works, but okay. My oldest is coming down for a visit, should be arriving on Monday. That's great for you, Heather. I probably won't see my oldest for quite a few more months. Currently, he is on a tropical island in Southeast Asia. Okay. So I got 0 flow rate through there, but I got the 450. The swamp oil is actually flowing. Maybe not. How the fuck do I have flow rate here, but I don't have flow rate here? Are you talking about variable input junction? Well, the biggest problem is everything I've seen in Wiki does not factor the T-junction into it. Since the T-junction is still very, very new. I'm going to try reloading the save again. I'm going to take off that valve. I'm going to bring the 150 pipe down to the swamp. Yeah, the pipeline junctions. Yeah, that's how the variable input junction functions, is because the pipeline junctions themselves have a priority system. But none of it factors in for a T-junction. And Egyptian is stuffed as a pig. Oink, oink, oink. I did see that. Currently I have 17 people watching. So to tell anyone who's just coming in what is going on, I am trying to move all of the oil on the map using the head lift from the Red Forest oil. I have a pressurizer down here where one pipe from the Red Forest comes in, pressurizes every other system. And I'm having issues at the swamp because I have the 450 oil at the swamp trying to connect to the 150 spare I have coming from the Blue Fort, or the Blue Crater. Current issues when splitting or merging many inputs, outputs of machines into or out of the same pipeline with junctions. The fluid at the far end of such a manifold may back up, even though the maximum flow rate in other pipe segments is saturated. Is that a current 1.2 issue that they're having? My biggest issue I'm having right now is pipeline floor holes and shit, allowing me to hook into a segment that already has a freaking pipe into it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to get rid of that. We're going to bring this pipe down. We're going to junction it down here. Yeah, that doesn't actually seem like it's the problem I'm having. Burger King's double XL. Okay, Vibe, do you see what I did here? Probably gonna have a little bit of flow rate because it's got to fill up this new section of pipe. I have to make sure that my flow rate on this pipe reads absolute 0. It cannot have any flow rate. If it reads, as long as it reads 0, which it's currently not. Once it gets to 0 and stays at 0, I know the entire pipe is filled. Yeah, I'm currently sitting on the main stage of my tournament. Awesome. Congrats. I am currently sitting at virtually no power because I made a boo. Oh, okay. I made a couple boo-boos. The official progress is we ain't got shit for power. Having a slight issue with oil at the moment. But this is what happens when I start doing stuff that is not the normal. Yeah, I'm basically trying to do something that most people don't do. I've seen other people do something similar, but not with oil. But then again, most people don't move every drop of oil. Well, I can upload the save. Give me a second. Why do I keep getting signed? Okay, there we go. Keep getting signed out of freaking my Google Drive. All right, let me adjust the security limitations. That's not what I want. There should be security limitations. Ah, there it is. It was scrolled down. Anyone with link, copy link. I'm firing you a DM Vibe. Yep, there you go. It's about 45 megs. Hello, ILG main stage. Maybe make the pressurizer tower even higher. It's definitely not the highest. But that, like I said, the entire point is because I want to use the head pressure of the red forest oil. I just have to let this zero out. Because right now it's trying to backfill the system. Because I added on new pipes, now the whole system's got to recalibrate, repressurize. If anybody else would like this save game to try to figure out this oil problem, let me know and I'll send you a link. Currently, the file has to be hosted on my Google Drive because it's 40 plus megabytes. I'll be back in a couple hours after I beat these noobs, and we can chat about my ballistic warp drive plan. Okay. Yep, go kick their ass. I have one segment of pipe. This one shows 0. This one shows 150. But I'm currently in the process of testing out basically every theory I can come up with. Replace empty pipe. What do you mean replace empty pipe? What if I just delete this pipe and rebuild it? It'll instantly fill up. Is that what you're saying? Oh. In fact, you have 2 adjacent pipes, one full, one not full. Means they're not linked properly. I just started the game. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I can't make it in one pipe. The reason this, it's the pipe, the distance between the pipes is too long. That's what that short pipe's for. When I was running these pipes, I was stretching them as long as I could, and this is the auto connect chunk to set the pipe in the blueprint mode. So like I'm sure virtually everyone has built a blueprint specifically for auto connect. You always have to put a little nub on there, at least a little nub, to kind of tell the auto connect what is supposed to be there. There's supposed to be a clean Mark 1, a not clean, a dirty Mark 1, a clean Mark 2, a dirty Mark 2, or what? Or just nothing. And you're just using it as a lift. I just have to let that completely fill up. So I'll go back to the pressurizer, and we'll see how things look there. It kind of might not be a bad idea to put little signs in front of all the pipes saying where they're coming from, but that's a whole kettle of fish. That's a whole big head-scratching bunch of BS that I don't want to deal with, saying this pipe comes from this area, this pipe comes from that area, because I have to trace all the pipes back to figure out where the hell they come from. I'd rather not do that. I don't know about you guys, but that sounds like a pain in the butt to me. Zero, zero. It's not these pipes I need to worry about. It's these pipes. These are the pipes coming into the pressurizer. I think it's this pipe. So I'm gonna try turning this on. Go ahead and drop a save. Drop another save. Let's overwrite this one. I'm gonna let that autosave go in. Getting a little bit of flow rate. Okay. The other things I need to do today is we're gonna have to move everything. We're gonna have to start getting everything moving. We're gonna have to get a lot of stuff onto belts. Because my goal is to move this entire belt highway up to that platform, even though that platform may be coming this way quite a bit. That platform's up high enough to clear the turbo fuel refineries. But there's a lot of stuff that's being made in this factory that needs to come over here to these belts. At this exact moment, I only have about 25 minutes left on my batteries. Because I'm eating almost 400, I'm eating almost twice as much power as I'm making. But I'm going to go to the problem pipe and see if that's emptying out or not. I am betraying Ada and playing DSP. I don't know what DSP is. Yeah, dude, have you seen my backup power, Jake? Have you seen my power storage? It's a little big. I need to get that game. I want to play Dyson Sphere Project. I want to play that and I want to play Factorio, but I'll wait till Factorio goes on sale. Because if I'm going to buy Factorio, I'm going to buy both the DLC too. Welcome in, Jake. At the moment, we got nothing flowing through here. We are currently having a small problem with oil, as in the system's not saying pressurized. And when any part of the system comes off of pressure, the whole system comes off pressure, and then I got a lot less oil. Okay, now we got some movement. Now we're getting some movement. But there goes the crude drain. Yep. I think I showed you how I was trying to do all my oil. We got about the 150, but should I worry about the fact that it's going up and down like that? The current issue is this. The current issue that I'm eyeballing is this pipe, yes. And the issue is this is a pipe of 150 coming out of the blue crater. I am trying to combine it with the 450 in the swamp, because 450 plus 150 equals a full 600 pipe. It's kind of why I want to do Dyson Sphere first, because I kind of look at Dyson Sphere as kind of the in-between between Satisfactory and Factorio, because it's 3D, but you're basically forced to build in 2D. I'm going to let that run for a little bit. Oh, we'll show Jake the little bitty power storage. It's tiny, I promise. I would never lie about something like that. See if 1.2 works on Linux. Yeah, because you ought to be an experimental to load my save. Not to mention, hope your PC's got some balls. That's all my PC has now, too. I would not trust a 600 pipe with 600 fluids if consistency is key in my experience. Yeah, I just don't have a choice. Yeah, there's my power storage on the right. Yeah, just a few. Yeah, we're charging them. Yeah. Well, yeah, you already done figured out. I don't do things small. I have the ability to store 186,000 megawatts. So for me, not much. Just like this is my storage or my storage bank for items. Every one of these rows is a different item. So like, across the width, and then it's 30 bins of each, except for motors that has 60. I could have turned this factory off at any point in time and had enough to make my build. Why so much storage? I needed over 100,000 motors for my build, and somewhere around like 500,000 quick wire. That factory that's below that storage area only makes 10 per minute. So solely because I'm making 34 items there, and I didn't want to truck a whole hell of a lot of shit. Because this playthrough is focused on turning everything into power, once this factory goes online, there's a lot of resources I don't have. Like right now, I don't have any sulfur. Sulfur is gone. I'm using every drop of it. I got like 1,200 coal total. All of the quartz on the map is being consumed. That has not emptied out. That's not the problem pipe. It's this one. That pipe's hour is a fucking problem. Okay, figure out where this pipe is. I think I solved one problem just to have another problem. Where is you? Is this pipe? Third one up. It's this pipe to my left. We'll do this one pipe at a time. I don't really give a shit. This is coming from over here. This is coming from the desert side. My entire idea for that storage bank was I wanted to have basically enough that I could shut that factory down. I had everything needed to build my power plant without having to continuously make stuff. Like right now, that factory over there does not get any quartz. So anything that requires quartz, ain't getting it. That one. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 433. I do immensely appreciate that. Okay, it's this pipe. Figure out where the hell this pipe comes from. I think I got the swamp one solved. Now it's tracing the other. The fuck? I got basically dick for flow there. All right. Ow. My frames, what the? Yeah, I told you, I hope your PC's kind of beefy if you want to load my save. You need a bit of a beast to run my save. It's one of the reasons I haven't been uploading it. Great news, there is 0 oil in all the pipe. What the hell? That shouldn't happen. Where the hell does this pipe come from? Why is this pipe having problems? No? I have no idea. Why do you not have any flow rate? I'm not even sure where this pipe comes from. I just lost a hell of a lot of pipes. Still a third one above me. Now then the server can inherit the 2070. Honestly, I didn't think my save was that bad. Imagine what it's going to be like after nuclear. Should be this one. Yeah. So that's coming from one of 2 places. Nope, never mind. It's coming from 1 place. That's coming from the Gold Coast. That stack there is coming from the Gold Coast. I know that stack. So I gotta take my ass all the way over there, and I don't have any belts or anything to gain speed on. I hit the EU item limit last night as I started building my last factory for the current world. About to wrap up the current world and complete game for the first time. Update stable just in time for the new world. What did you do to the poor game? You saw what I did to the poor game. I built the world's largest power plant and I'm not even halfway done. Yeah, I had to adjust my item limit, Jake. When I was building the all the rocket fuel shit, I kept crashing. That's coming from the Gold Coast. Why do I have something from the Gold Coast not working? Is there a valve? I thought I got rid of all the valves. Their file corrupted for me. There's missing parts. That's not good. Wonder if that's Linux related. The third pipe is this pipe. That flows to the oil well. The hell? Why are you guys not working? Maybe the problem is combined oil extractor and oil well. That might be. If a critical function like saves didn't work properly, I'd throw a hella big exception. Well, I know Vibe was trying to get the game running on Linux. I don't see any valves. Why is this pipe not sending oil? Dude, I think freaking running like SETI at max settings would be less taxing than trying to run this save. That's freaking weird. Like, those are all flowing just fine, but just two of these are not. This pipe's not flowing. Fully overclocked. Has power. I can check the other side of this pipe. Fully overclocked, has power. Catch you around. I'm ahead for now. All right, thanks for hanging out, Vibe. What the juice? Why are these two pipes not? So I got two pipes from over here that literally just don't have any flow rate on them at all. There's no junctions, there's no joints anywhere else down the line because those are 600 pipes. So I didn't add anything to these pipes. Anyone have any ideas? Putting a fluid buffer on the oil lines before you put them into machines may also help. I'm going to go back and I'm going to throw a fluid buffer on each of those lines. Just to make sure that there is actually flow rate. Kind of use it to empty the line. Oh yeah, I know what you meant, dog. So the origin point pumps are pumping oil. Yeah. The only thing I can think of for this is that there's a disconnect somewhere in the line. Because of the way I'm filling these up, obviously I can't get these to go all the way that way, right? There's too much change in head pressure. And I'm not using head lift pumps at all. So I'm backfilling these pipes. So most of the oil that's over here isn't actually coming from over here. It's coming from somewhere else and filling back in. So my thought is, I have a pipe running from right to left, and I have a pipe running from left to right, and therefore they're both filling up both sides of it, but without knowing where that split is, where it's not actually. Does that make sense? I'm going to turn this guy off. I'm going to put a big old freaking buffer here, and I'm going to try to figure out where in the hell. That's the only thing I can think. No, I don't want that. Hmm? If I disconnect this, I should be able to get most of the oil out of here, maybe? Oh, wait, that doesn't actually work with frickin' fluids. I'd have to sink that down quite a bit. If your pipe from the oil pump goes higher than 10 meters, then nothing will go through that pipe. That's why I'm using the water tower trick. Basically, I'm setting my head lift with a much, much higher source. Oh shit, I just realized that. I'm trying to cheat the system using physics. But if you're not using pump to get the fluid up to high end. Have I flushed the network on one of them? I could do that. If I do that, that's gonna, and if it's not disconnected, that's gonna flush everything, right? We're gonna save me for that. Do not lie. Yeah, that's why I'm saving. This should at least tell me if there's a break in the line, right? If there's a space somewhere between them, say you've got a pipe on the left and a pipe on the right, and you have fluid flowing from both directions, both pipes will show full, even if there's a millimeter gap between them. If they're capped off, both pipes will show full. Yeah, I'm not trying to start the pipe, Jake. Basically, I have the oil from the Red Forest that backfilled all the systems, and this did work in testing. It just didn't, and I let it run on 2 pipes for days. I took 1 pipe from the Blue Crater and 1 pipe from the Red Forest, fed it into enough refineries to burn 1,200 oil, and turned all of it into fuel and burned it off in the generator. So it was running consistently for multiple days. Basically, the Red Forest is setting my head lift. There's fluid throughout the entire pipe. I'm going to go ahead and flush this whole network, even though I don't want to. Okay, with the fact that pipe's now empty, that tells me there's not a break. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Basically, I'm doing the same thing as like a water tower trick, like what Kibitz shows off, except for I'm not pumping up to it because I already have a source of oil way up in the Red Forest. It would be like taking a water pipe from up there to do the exact same thing. I'm just doing it with oil. Okay, that one having 0 makes complete sense because there's no oil to go into it. So I have both of the things turned off. Okay, so I'm going to reload that save because obviously there's not a break in the system. So now I really don't know what the hell's going on. That was like my only thought. I don't really have a lot of thoughts to begin with. We gotta admit, it's strange that we're gonna number the pipes 1 through 5 going from the bottom. Pipe 1 is working fine. Pipe 2 doesn't work for shit. Pipe 3 works fine. Pipe 4 doesn't work. Pipe 5 works. The only other thing I can think of is that there might have been a bubble in the line. If the line wasn't completely pressurized, it wouldn't be working. Does that sound about right? And I could be wrong on those numbers. It might be pipe 1. Yeah, pipe 1's not working. Pipe 2's not working. Pipe 3 is not working, pipe 4 is working, pipe 5 is working. So 2 of these 2 pipes are not working, but the other ones are. How? And obviously by flushing the entire system, I just proved that it's all hooked together. Like I said, the only thing I can think of is there was a bubble in the system. Like those 2 pipes weren't completely, totally, absolutely jam-packed full. If there's a specific point the pressure drops. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Oh. I have a really bad idea. I mean, it's me, so, bad ideas. We all know about the floor hole bug, right? Where you have a floor hole set up, the pipe connects to it, everything like that, but for some reason it don't flow between them. Could that be it? Those pipes do run through a series of floor holes. We got a whole lot of floor holes on this series, or on this pipeline. Sometimes a bad connection can reset pressure at a bad connection, just deleting and reestablishing. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. The problem is, those pipes are a pain in the butt to get to, because they're, from where I'm standing right now, they're it's this set of pipes here. Well, I've already found out that there's not a break in the pipes. The pipes are all technically connected. But it definitely wouldn't be the first time the game said that shit's connected, but it doesn't allow flow to go through it. I can't tell you how many times I've had to replace floor holes because... Oh, that could be part of the problem too. I don't know. Okay. At some point in time, those I had to do a little trickery with those pipes, because, like, if you notice right here, I've got belts on my left, I got belts on my right. I never wanted belts on both sides, so I snaked them under here with floor holes. Yeah, see, I got this whole series of floor holes here to bring all those pipes to this side. That's a 0. This is a dead zero. That's at least got some flow right now. See if any of them have fluids before and after the floor holes. And see, now it's back to a zero. Now, I've got oil on both sides. But like I said, half that problem. That one's pulsing. Well, this one ain't. Let me check this set. That one's dead zero. We also got a zero pipe here. It could easily come from the same. Ah, my power doesn't go out that far. That one's I just saw 4 on that. Now it has no oil in it at all. It's empty. The problem is I didn't see it empty on either side. Screw the damn jetpack. Bottom one, 600. 600. 600. 0. 600. 600. 600. 600. 600. Not 600. 600. Teens. Hundreds. And empty. It's like you have a bubble traveling through the whole system. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I need to check out over here. Only 2 pipes come onto this system. So I've got a pipe on the left system that's showing 0 as well. Yeah, that one's showing 0. So let's start at the beginning of this pipe as well. See if there's any issue farther down that before I go, miles upon miles away. Now, looking up by now, I should have a little bit of power, so we've got 5 terawatts. We'll let the batteries refill, and then we can turn off fuel again and try to refill the system. Now, we only got 8 minutes before the system's recharged. As I say here, and make 5 terawatts seem like it's nothing. Okay, so the left system I got 2 pipes here that are showing zeros. That's showing jack and shit. That's showing jack and shit. Those come from Spire Coast. Those are Spire Coast pipes. What the hell's trying to chew on me? Okay, so one of them's this one. That comes from over there, and the other one's the impure. Ah! Son of a bitch! I'm trying to do something. Okay, we got power. We got full overclock. We got power. We got full overclock. There's one more. We got full overclock. We got power. You think it'd be worthwhile just to go ahead and redo all the pipes there where the floor hole is? Is that? I'm thinking that's the issue. Because obviously, a lot of you guys who were watching yesterday saw me fighting with the other floor hole bug, where it wants to connect to the wrong side. The way you're trying to diagnose it is not sane. Really? Because you have them all connected as a matrix, you have to look at your junction and see where your refiners are pulling from. I am consuming it all. But I'll go back to the refineries. The problem is, as you said, because I have them all linked up as a matrix, anything after that matrix, anything after that giant freaking connection pool, it can literally be pulling from any pipe. Or no, it can't be. No, it can't anymore. That's the reason I'm hitting actual zeros, because I put valves on that system. The previous way, before I put valves on today, it all basically combined into one giant pool and then went out. Now that's not an issue. Game number one, congrats, man. The valves are effing you. I had this problem before the valves. like I said, I let the game run overnight. And when I got on this morning, when I woke up and checked the game, I was down to like 2.8 terawatts. You finished Satisfactory Plus, or you got as far as it allows you to get? So like I know the mod's not done. But no, after I got up, I started looking at some of the other stuff, and when you look at the actual water tower thing, basically you're setting your height, and once you have your height, as far as everything I read, a valve does not reset head lift. Imagine playing a tournament at 1 a.m. because the organizers do not know how to manage shit. Yeah, that sounds about right. We had that happen quite a few times. So all these valves are set to nothing. But this pipeline up here is full. And it is all set off a red forest pipe. Which is why most of this shit's working. Because you gotta admit, most of it is working. I'm thinking floor holes are probably my culprit. I'm not getting enough oil on this section. Not getting enough oil in that section. Not getting enough oil in that section. I've got a little bit of flow rate through this one, but it definitely ain't no 600. 572. I've never had a valve fix an issue. They affect flow in strange ways. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really make sense. But then again, with not having legit siphons in this game, like siphon physics do not exist in this game. If siphon physics worked in this game, you could literally just have your source wherever the hell you wanted it, go up as high as you want, and flood a bunch of stuff in at the lower end, and have it spill out wherever you want or into a refinery. Eventually, you would pull that bubble through the system. Once that bubble came through, you'd have flow rate. It's no different than taking a hose, putting your finger over one end, sticking the whole thing underwater, putting your finger on the other end, setting it so one side's in the water, one side's out of the water, and just taking your thumbs off. Can't tell you how many times I drain pools that way. Or ponds, or aquariums. See, now I think we're starting to have the tumble. What I have found is, as one pipe becomes unpressurized, the entire system slowly becomes unpressurized. Put buffers at the very end of each line above the machine height and let them fill. Well, let me go back to here. Because I'm 99% positive I got the swamp working. Shit, I should have checked that before I loaded that. So I'm going to let this load. I'm going to go back into my autosave. I'm going to go check the swamp pipe, see if the swamp pipe's working, because that'll tell me if I actually fixed that pipe or not. And then I know to implement that fix, save, and then we can start working on everything else. Basically, fix one thing and then try to fix the next thing, and save in between each fix. Because as far as I've always done diagnostics, that's kind of the best way to do it, is you fix one thing, and then you fix the next thing, then you fix the next thing, then you fix the next thing, until everything is fixed. Anyone here who happens to be a mechanic or has ever worked as a mechanic will know the term parts cannon. You realize you could spend a week alone tracking this issue down? I will work on it today and fiddle around with it this weekend. If I do not have it completely fixed by then, I will run in limp mode. I will work on the nuclear. And then we'll come back and try to finish fixing it. But right now, all I want to do is I want to make sure my fix for the swamp actually worked. I myself don't have a lot of problem spending hours or days troubleshooting a problem. I've done that many times. I'm trying to fix a liquid bug on an experimental build of the game using experimental pipe pieces in the network. I know. It's one of the reasons why I'm only giving myself X amount of time before I say F it, run in limp mode. Bow, 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 bow. I do kind of want to go back over there and just delete all of those pipes underneath and replace them. And pay really careful attention as I'm doing it. I'm trying to do, I'm not sweating any of this, because I could always go back and just throw inline pumps on and fix the entire issue. I'm trying to do something that, as far as I know, I don't really know of anybody doing this on this scale with oil. So I'm trying something a little different, so that if I can get it figured out, I can tell other people, hey, this is how you do it. If I have to do limp mode, I will. I've got too much shit to build. And the pure and simplistic fact that I use the term limp mode kind of gives away my past as a car guy. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 434. I will use that as a reminder that if you're not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, smack that subscribe button. No. Okay, so I did not fix the swamp pipe. That was not the fix for the swamp pipe. The swamp pipe is still having issues. That is one of my zero pipes. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 435. I greatly appreciate that. I didn't give you shit. Okay, so this is not the fix for the swamp pipe. So I mean, I really, really do appreciate you guys smacking that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys smacking that like button and all that stuff. I'm just really bad at showing my appreciation. Dude, I don't have $5 to freaking give anybody. I don't get paid for doing this. I do this out of the kindness of my heart because I love you guys. I love my biofuel. Okay. Let me try something with the swamp. It is not what I want to do, but I at least need to be able to get the juice out of the swamp. Actually, I'm going to disconnect the swamp from the blue crater and turn it all back on. Because like I said before, I am not opposed to running a separate pipe for this to separate the blue crater and the swamp. If I have to run separate pipes for a lot of this shit, I will. I do what I have to do in order to make this work. So we're just going to snip this pipe off. And we're going to turn on the power. We're going to go ahead and get rid of this junction too. Yeah, you can be turned on. You have no power to you, so go ahead and get turned on. I don't give a shit. And that is obviously going to limit my oil production because I'm literally cutting 450 oil out of my system. But as you see, I've got this space here. I can run another pipe. Is it what I want to do? No. Is it what I'm going to have to do? Maybe. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to have to do. Now, Drac, as far as the basically sinking everything, that's one of the reasons why I couldn't test this until I had all the rocket fuel generators put in place. Because now all the oil goes into all the refineries, get turned into all the heavy oil residue, gets turned into all the fuel, gets turned into all the turbo fuel, and then burns, or it gets turned into all the rocket fuel and then burns. It's a good idea. Limit the oil being produced until it all pressurizes. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm just trying to take that junction out of the equation. That's all that is. Oh yeah, something I did last night between streams. I want to show you guys. Because we all remember that I kept complaining that we were having a compact coal issue because, you know, I need to make the rocket fuel in order to get enough compact coal down here in order to make all the turbo fuel, to make all the rocket fuel, to make all the compact coal, right? So I did this. Series of priority splitters, or smart splitters, set to flow straight or overflow left. This allowed me to completely fill the line that makes all the turbo fuel that requires the compacted coal from the rocket fuel. With this system, you're going to have to wait at least 6 hours to see if a change is going to work. Correct. Unless the pipe zeros, I'm going to have to wait up to 6 hours. And probably longer than that. Time for game 2. Kick some ass, Cross! So if that swamp pipe is running at 150, that's fine. That at least tells me that that junction is the issue. Which I believe most of my other pipes that were causing issues all had junctions in them. I believe every pipe that was having issues had junctions in them. So I may be going through and replacing a lot of these T junctions with cross junctions. Good luck, bud. That's why I said kick some ass. I'm 99% positive this is the swamp pipe. I would be doing a lot better off if I literally went to wherever consumes this pipe and mitigate or minimize the amount of that was trying to pull from it. So I was only pulling 150. But I really don't want to try to figure out where the hell this pipe goes. All right, with 21 pipes of oil, I don't think anybody blames me for that. That is completely and totally, that shows empty. But it still shows flow rate, so. But the fact I'm trying to pull 150 through a 600 pipe, it doesn't surprise me that some sections would empty out. That shows 0. Now it shows 600. Stupid buggy ass pipes. Did they fix the fluid issue where the junction would be screwy? I've always had to place either the junction or delete the pipes after placement and replace the pipes. Are you talking about with the issue of like trying to snap into a junction that already and it wants to snap into a section that already has a pipe? Because if that's what you're talking about, no, that's definitely not fixed. Or are you talking about the fact that sometimes you hook a pipe to a junction and then a pipe beyond that, and all of a sudden the junction ain't acting like a junction and there's no flow rate through the junction? That one I don't know about. I still had that. I haven't really had that issue. This might be what I'm trying to narrow down. But welcome in, Blonde. Unfortunately, there's quite a few small issues like that in the game, so you got to be a little more specific. I wish I could just put dye in the pipe and have it like highlight which freaking machines are eating from it. You know, kind of like you would do in real life. How you find leaks. Again, car guy, brother's a mechanic, been around mechanics most of my life. Very familiar with the whole putting a little bit of like UV dye in the oil and going back in like 2 or 3 days, shining a freaking black light at it and just find out where you're leaking. That's now showing absolutely 0 flow. So I'm guessing when I come up here to the top, that's going to be empty. Come up here to the very, very tippy top, and the pipe ain't got nothing in it. Wow! Okay. I have this save. This save is after I replaced all of that pipe with Mark II. I'm going to try that with lowering the junction. And Drac, as far as the whole wait 6 hours thing, yeah, that's kind of what happened last night with me letting it run overnight. Drawback is I don't know if I saved at the end of stream last night. And obviously, autosaves are gone. It was mainly when you placed a junction over the pipe and fill the capacity of the pipe changes. So when you're using a 600 MR2, it wouldn't always work right because junction made it larger. I don't know. I don't normally put junctions on pipes. I'm more the type I put my junctions down and then I attach my pipes to them. Very, very, very rarely do I smack a junction onto a pipe. I'll do that for my water extractors, and I have not had any issues with those. But obviously, my water extractors, generally, I'm just, I don't think this is the right save. Did I not load the right save? I don't think I loaded the right save. I want this one. Testing oil, 251. Only reason I'm at. Oh, yeah, that one was me slapping a junction into the pipe. I know there's been issues where, especially if you like, oh, that's not even an issue. But if you nudge a junction onto a pipe, the pipe doesn't connect to it at all because it's not actually snapped on. All right, that's a good idea. Where that junction is, get rid of the solid pipe and replace it with two half pipes or two pipe segments, so it's not actually touching in the center. I know there's been a problem with I know that was a big problem with valves and pumps. I'd never heard of it with junctions. What the? All right, I need to see if this is actually what I think it is. This should be the save I'm thinking of. I mean, I did try that. I did try moving that junction to a different spot. And that pipe there is one of 3 problems at the moment. So what I tried to do, what the save I'm trying to find. Okay. That is not the save I'm thinking of. What the fuck? This is definitely not the save I'm thinking of. Oh, I overwrote that save. God damn it. I had went through and replaced this entire pipe with Mark II. So I'm going to go through and replace this entire pipe again with Mark II and see if moving the junction and having all Mark II pipes fixes it. Now I'm starting to get into trying multiple things to fix one issue. The problem is this entire pipeway here was all done with auto connect, so there's a little bitty nubby piece. Now, unfortunately, I'm kind of dumb, so I don't always understand what people are trying to say. So sometimes I ask for a lot of clarity to make sure that I'm actually understanding. It doesn't always click in the first try. And that's not me bashing myself, it's just the truth. But as I've said multiple times to many people, you can be the smartest person in the room and still overlook something. And when somebody else points it out, it's like, oh, God, why the hell didn't I think of that? And then you're more upset because, you know, it was something super simplistic. It just makes you feel dumb. Yeah. I normally go with there's a reason the channel is called what it is. And I purposely play games that, you know, take a fair amount of brain power. I don't know why, but for some reason, the more I have to think in a game, the less frustrated I get with the game. If I play, like, not thinking games that don't force you to, like, focus and plan ahead and actually, like, think things out, and you can just, like, just go to town. I don't know, I get frustrated with those games. I can play a shooter as long as there's some element of strategy to it. If it's all just spray and pray, I might have fun for a couple minutes, but that's about it. The only issue I really have with this game is like trying to figure out stuff like this, where it's not making sense. Not to mention, you know, we're going to put all this physics in, but we're going to leave out siphon physics. Why? Why did you turn yellow? Yellow there. Yeah. I think they were blue earlier. Yeah, why is that one blue and that one's yellow? Alright. I know, likey. Either be blue or be yellow. One of the two. Be blue. Blue's pretty. I like blue. You're making me want a link, even though I may have to call the fire department before loading it. Dude, I would love to see your PC try to load this save. I turned 43 Monday. This is my first factory style game, and it's like crack. Correct? have multiple saves over 500 hours, and beat the game 2 times, working on my 3rd pass, making what I thought was going to be big. Yeah. Yeah. This is my 3rd playthrough. I actually am 43. I turned 44 in October. So you're pretty similar to me in that regard. My last playthrough, I did what I think a lot of people would call a max nuclear build, where you use all 2100 uranium on the map and take it through uranium, plutonium, fixonium, and I did like a 440,000 megawatt rocket fuel factory. And the rocket fuel factory was actually the original idea for the playthrough, because I thought 440,000 megawatts on rocket fuel was a lot. Then my chat told me in no nice terms, 440 on rocket fuel wasn't shit. So I came up with the thought exercise like, okay, if you took every single resource on the map, every spec of every resource, and turned it into power, how much power could you make? And bear in mind, this is back in 1.1. So no random node purities, no fossil fuel rich, no power consumption multipliers, no recipe consumption multipliers, none of that stuff. And after some back and forth, we hit 12 terawatts, we hit 13.5 terawatts, and we hit 14.7. 14.7, we're like, yeah, that's probably all. Until I see this one, I stream here and there. Haven't much lately, but this game is fun. Yeah, and this game is, if you stream, this game is a really good one to stream. I've gotten a hell of a lot of growth on this game. I'm still very much a small YouTuber. I finally hit the algorithm finally decided to dial in for me, and yeah, this game has been great for growth. Not to mention, I love the game. I think a lot of the growth is my personality works with the community that watches this game, whereas some of the other games I played, I'm a little too crass or a little too profane. There's a certain type of player for most type of games, and like I used to do a lot of Ark Survival Ascended, and I don't know, and other people who may watch that stuff could probably tell me, it seems like if you're actually good at that game, like if you know how to play the game, if you know the mechanics, you know the formulas and all that stuff, people don't want to watch. But if you don't know that stuff, if you don't know the formulas, if you're not good at the game, more people want to watch because they want to watch you fail. They want to watch you struggle. This game, I think to a point people like to watch the struggle, but they're also more than willing to watch a game of a competent person playing it. I think a lot of the viewers for this game are more willing to either, okay, this is the problem I had and this is how I fixed it, so let me help this person, or this is a problem I'm having, let's watch this person to see how they fix it or they deal with this problem. Whereas like in Ark, it was more, well, that thing freaking destroyed me, so I want to watch the pain and suffering of somebody else get freaking mauled by it. Not I want to watch how to do it properly. Maybe. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but that was just my experience with it. But I mean, this isn't even that big. This is still small. We're not going to talk about the 4,000 power, the fuel gens over there. But if I can solve the swamp pipe, I'll be relatively happy. Turn that on before I run out of power, before my batteries run out. I like watching how others figure things out for better or worse. Yeah, then that's kind of, I think that's a lot of what people watch this for. It's not necessarily, oh, I want to watch somebody struggle. It's more, I want to see how somebody else handles this. I'm going to name this real quick. I don't like the fact it tags like that. Obviously, as much as I say that my personality matches with this game, obviously there's people that watch this game that don't like my personality. Side bonus with you, Sterling. But one big thing for me is watch somebody who doesn't interact. One big thing for me is I can't watch somebody who doesn't interact with chat, especially someone who's dual streaming to Twitch and chats with Twitch and ignores YouTube. Yeah. 20,000 megawatts currently, just regular fuel, 3 uranium, and 1 plutonium. I've been building a ton of infrastructure thus far. I'm just like you. I'm just like you are. My stuff is tagged adult content because I say what I want. Yeah, I don't tag mine as adult content, but I will never tag it as a kid only or child friendly or anything like that. Like if you watch the first minute of any one of my streams, I literally have a minute-long warning at the beginning of every stream. Obviously, you've seen in chat, my bot spams a freaking warning every like half an hour. Because, I mean, one thing most people have figured out is I don't even know what the hell is going to come out of my mouth next, let alone anybody else. I believe this is the swamp pipe. And I may end up getting rid of all these valves and going back to the old system. I still have the blueprint for that. But honestly, I think this game attracts a slightly older audience. Like most of the people that I've met from playing this game are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. There are quite a few people who are younger than that. There's a lot of people that are in their 20s. I've had a few teens, but it generally, definitely, it does seem like it's more 40s somethings. Like I think Egyptian here is a bit on the younger side. That one's only running at 500 something. That one ain't running for shit. And that one's not running for shit. Yeah, I get a lot of Europeans. I have an accent, but I'm Midwestern, so I grew up in Florida. So I can pull out the deep Southern accent when I want. Bitch, I'm like 36. Close, and you're still younger than me. I thought you were like 20 something. I can't remember. Dude, Egyptian, you've been here for a couple months now. You've seen how many new people show up all the time. You really expect me to be able to keep track of everybody's ages? I'm doing good to know where the hell you guys are from. The younger people can't handle the game because they have no critical thinking capability. I'm not reading the rest of that. Nope. I could tell it's about that. Yeah, I live in Indiana. I'm a few hours from Chicago. But like I said, I grew up in Florida. So when I want to, I can scrub my accent. I can pull out Florida accent. And trust me, I'm not complaining in the least bit about my growth. I am absolutely enthralled with how... I mean, I love this game. This fluid issue is kind of pissing me off a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. I don't know why it would ever be pissing me off. I should have saved right after I did all that work. I should have an autosave, right? Let's go back in my autosaves and I'll figure out one that's got close to a lot of that stuff done. Hey, at least I'm not one of those people that says I don't have an accent. I mean, I honestly didn't used to have one. When I lived in Florida, I didn't have much of an accent. Because where I lived was such a melting pot of different cultures. I was always exposed to a different accent, so it kind of all just blurred together and became nothing. But after 25 years living up here, yeah, I picked up too many of the colloquialisms. My stepmom is from Madison. Had to go up and meet Bobby Knight by happenstance when he coached for IU. Awesome. I've always been more of an IU fan than most of the rest of the colleges here, but I've never really cared that much about college sports. I did have the chance to be an extra in what was it, Blue Chips, when they filmed that. Okay, so not this one. When you can, send me a link to a known save, not a mid debugging one. Let me know when you get back, nerd, and I will clarify with you as far as what you want. Because so far, they've all been debugging saves today. And like I said, I'm not sure if I saved after yesterday's build. Should have, but I can't promise I did. Unfortunately, a lot of the stream is just going to be sitting here staring at the freaking loading screen because my save game is 40 some odd megs and it takes a hot minute to load. Okay. I was riding a belt, so I think I'm done with the pipe. Yeah. So we'll save this as swamp test. Could be this tower's hoe. No, that was like 3 days ago. So yeah, I didn't save before I started debugging today. Yeah, this is me in a nutshell when thought exercises go horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. one other thing I want to do. I want to go. This is a 9800 X3D with a 4080 and 64 gigs of DDR5. I wouldn't call it a beast, but it's definitely not a slouch. I want to go ahead and remove all of these floor hole, all these pipes that run underneath of this, and replace them. Basically just redo them. I know they don't all need to be done, but I'd rather do them all. I will have to let the system fill back up because anytime I remove a pipe, obviously it's got to refill that. It's got to fill up the new pipe. I can hear Johnny in the background trying to remind me that I need to freaking put my PC specs on my freaking channel description or the video descriptions. I tried to get a 50 series, but obviously, if you remember when the 50 series came out, nobody was getting anything. And this 4080 basically fell on my lap. Because before this, I was running a 4060 Ti. And I was in another content creator stream, and we were talking PC parts and upgrades and whatnot. And one of his chatters is like, well, I have a 4080 that I'm not using that I was going to sell. It's like, okay, what do you want? And he's like, I don't know, 800? I'm like, sold! And I was like really sketched out about it because it's like, I used 4080 at that point in time was still selling for $1,500 because no one could get a 40 or a 50 series or any of the better 50 series. Obviously, you can get like a 5060. Yeah, so I gotta wait for this pipe to refill. That's surprising all the rest of them refilled. Uh, 3060 fell on my lap due to a friend buying a 5070. Yeah. I mean, I had the money to buy a 5090 when it came out. I was in multiple queues to buy one. And like, I even called Best Buy. I'm like, are you going to have any of these in store? Because I have a Best Buy here. And like, no, to reduce scalpers and whatnot, we're just going to do them online. I'm like, how the fuck does that help prevent scalpers? Do them in store, one per freaking person. Seems like a hell of a lot better way to discourage scalpers. And I tried for nearly a month to get a 50 series, and like I said, this 4080 fell on my lap, and it's been good, more than good enough. And from what I remember, the 50 series at least still has the physics chip that I think they removed from the 50 series. I've been out of the loop on tech for a while, so I might be wrong on that. A tough 4080. That's the Asus one, right? That's the same one I have. Yeah, I mean the whole online only means okay, now bots are possible. You can't run a freaking bot to buy a GPU in store. And I even tried to tell that shit to the bitch, and she's like, "Nah, it was a corporate decision." I'm like, oh, corporate's fueling the damn scalper bullshit, and they should be shot. Or anybody not 100% sure what I'm doing, part of the system involves pressurization, which means every one of these pipes has to be completely full, or it does not work. So I need every one of these pipes to show 0 and stay at 0. Right now I got one pipe that's not doing that. Might be one of the problem pipes. Yeah, I got my 9800 like 3 weeks before the 9950 came out, and I was a little annoyed because I wanted the 9950, but you know, after spending the few $100s on the 9800, it's like, no, I'm not upgrading my CPU weeks after I bought this one. I don't care that much. I'm not seeing that one that was filling up anymore. So I think we're good. Obviously, it wouldn't take very long to refill that one little pipe segment. All right, let's turn the system back on. Want to save when that's in a known state, aka i.e. the save that you keep going back to before testing new idea. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can do that. Let me see which one I uploaded. Yeah, that's the one I have uploaded. Okay. Sitting here looking for a nerd on Discord and forgot that he's not nerd on Discord. Hello, Mr. Shy. Oh, it's not even so much corporates have no clue. They knew full well what they were doing. They knew full well by having it online, bots would sell out. They'd get their money. That's all they give a shit about. Fighting with oil. That's how we're doing. That's my power graph currently. Yeah, far cry from the 6 terawatts I had last night. Yeah, my motherboard's an Asus TUF, and my GPU's an Asus TUF. That's as far as I know. My case is a Be Quiet just because I didn't want a side panel. I didn't want an RGB. I didn't want friggin' pretty colors shit. I just wanted a black case. And that's because my PC is in my living room. Before this, I actually had it in an I think a Silverstone HD PC case, which I loved, but the 4080 no fit. I made it fit. We just bent the shit out of the aluminum to make it fit, but the 12 volt connector, I had to leave the top panel off because you weren't getting that 12 volt in there. No, the priority switch does not have to be hooked up. The system is currently was turned off because I ran out of oil overnight. So this stream has literally just been me debugging my oil. Yeah, like I said, solely because my case is literally in my living room, I didn't want like a bunch of lights or whatnot. I didn't want anything super fancy. I just wanted something that would blend in. I mean, like I said, I didn't want a normal PC case. I was perfectly fine with the old HTPC case because it just looked like a home stereo. But when I upgraded to the 4080, it didn't want to fit. So you do what you have to do. We should start getting. We're getting some turbo fuel going. So power should be on the rise. Oh yeah, I had to do that. Or no, yeah. I found that one out last night. That belt of Caterium that I have been pulling is not a pure belt. I have no idea if I found the issue. Oh yeah, the fractal with the wood panel or the wood design. I saw that. Casper has a Lee and Lee that has RGB, and honestly, she hasn't turned it back on since the power outage, and I'm kind of glad because I'm getting really tired of seeing the RGB in my bedroom. I've never been an RGB person. And my go-to for the longest time was always Leanne Lee PC or cases. I had I think a PC 70 back in the day, and people would always freaking crap themselves when they saw it because they're thinking, oh, it's an 11 5 1/4 bay PC. This thing's gotta weigh a ton, and they'd pick it up. It's like, oh, it's an aluminum case. Let me go to the Blue Crater real quick. I know I've spent a lot of time in the Blue Crater today. But the Blue Crater is one of my problem spots. So I go to where I have to go to fix the problems. That one right there. Are you yellow or blue? You are yellow. You are a bastard. Why are you a bastard? Why do you not work? Your siblings work fine. These ones are all working absolutely fine. Every other pump here is working fine. I'm very much getting there, bud. Yeah, you definitely got to get a comfortable seat anymore. Getting old sucks. Sitting on a milk carton, that tears up your back. Your computer is going minutes per frame? Okay, I can do that. Oh, you want frames per second? No. We are sold out of those, sir. We are all sold out of the frames per second here, sir. Okay. It just plays a pump. Do you realize how many pumps I'd have to run for this shy? I'd like to achieve this without headlift pumps. I destroyed myself when I was 29, pretty much broke everything from L4 down. Somewhat good now, just had my right ankles fused. Ooh, shit. Yeah, I never had any like horrible accidents. I damn near did chop off a leg at the groin. That sucked. But there's really not been any lasting effects of that. That's a funny story. But I had my kids really young, and when originally the oldest was supposed to be born in like October, September, somewhere around there, yeah, later on in the year, and we went in, we had an ultrasound, and come to find out that no, it's more like due in a month. We went to a parenting class, and as we're walking out, I get a phone call from a temp agency. He's like, "Cool, I don't care where it is. I need work, so put me down." It turned out it was where I wanted in the factory, but it's still a factory job, and I worked that for a couple of years. And I went to a warehouse that dealt with very large, heavy stuff, and we were always told that, you know, no lifting over 35 pounds, but you've got a 60 pick per minute or 60 pick per hour quota you're required to meet. I was 20 for my first kid. He was born in, no, I was 21. He was born in 04. And I had my second in 06. I love being a dad. And I say that in the past tense because, honestly, yes, I'm still a father. Both my kids are still alive. But anyone who's got grown kids, or even remembers their own time when they became adults, knows that you have a very different relationship with your dad when you're an adult than you did when you were not an adult. So this is working, but the other side ain't fucking working. So I think it's time to switch to a priority junction here. You can be besties with your kids when they're adults? Not really. I'm guessing you mean when they're adults. Okay, we're gonna switch that over to a priority junction. How the hell does a priority junction work again? Which one's I want the oil from the blue crater to take priority. Honestly, I fell into a deep depression when my kids became adults. But my life's been kind of weird. When I was a kid, the only thing that mattered to me was making my parents proud. When I became an adult, the only thing that mattered to me was making my kids proud. and being a father. That was my reason for living, was being a father. Now they're both grown, and I'm struggling to figure out what the fuck to do with my life. Like, we all remember when we were kids and stuff, and somebody would come in and like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I never had an answer. Never. And here I am in my 40s, and I still don't have an answer to that. Okay. So, what I want to do, this junction right here, I want this pipe to have priority going this way. How do I need to set up a 4-way junction? Because I do not know how to do this with a 3-way. There's also that problem. Shoot a pile of gas rocks and the entire game stops. Yeah, well, sounds like my save. The worst thing is I think I have the yep. I had the pipeline manual open because I was looking at it earlier. Okay. I think it's the lower one would be the output. The upper one would take priority, and one of the two lefts would be. Correct me if I'm wrong here, guys. With a priority junction, it goes highest, next, highest, and then these two kind of battle, and this would be the output. How wrong am I here? I'm kind of too lazy to go check my aluminum factory. It's not anything like containers. Let me just go look at my aluminum factory real quick. Like, every port on a pipeline junction has a set priority set to it. Like, the game internally sets a priority to this hole versus that hole. This is where, I don't know, like Vibe or Vogue or Drac would be telling me which hole I need to put which pipe in. Though at the same time, I mean, most people, I think everybody was sitting there thinking my aluminum factory wouldn't work. but I haven't had to flush it in over 2 weeks, so obviously it seems to be working. Okay, so I set the inbound to the bottom, but I used pumps and valves. I had to use pumps and valves to make this work. Do I really want to go back to my other save and find this out? Or do we just say YOLO and freaking gun it? I say screw it. We'll just YOLO it. Swamp test 2. Lowest input is priority. Yeah, that's what I just read in because there's the VIP and the VOP. According to the VIP is a circuit that prioritizes the lowest input. When connected, it allows the pipe at the very bottom to flow freely, which is what I want, while blocking the upper unless the output. So I need to flip that. Yeah, and the interwebs in your case is probably literally pulling from the manual that I have open. Ah, shit, I just realized I gotta go through and rebuild all those floor holes. Yeah, the bottom one flows freely. I'm pretty sure it takes from the top one is the priority input. I think. Obviously, anyone watching, if you know how VIP junctions work, please come into chat. Otherwise, we're just gonna YOLO this shit. I'm gonna go do those floor holes because I'm pretty sure I've loaded since then. And if not, then I'm literally just replacing. Oh well. I've got the top one from the blue crater, which is what I want, and I've got the bottom one to the pressurization system. I have not done this yet. If I had done this, then that would be there. I want my sexy black pipes. My charcoal pipes, whatever color you want to call them. I want this horizontal to vertical. And we'll just stitch these together. I hate liquids. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing any debugging. I'm maxing out at 13 frames once everything is loaded. and if I don't move, and it's horribly slow responding to inputs. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll send you a save after I get nuclear done. We'll see if we can't actually make your PC catch on fire. Because your PC's not actually on fire. Are you really breaking the game? Actually, if your PC is on fire, did you really break the game or did you just break your PC? If the game is still running, the game won and your PC lost, right? I think that's how that works. So we'll call this Swamp Test 3. I think at that point, my PC will just look at the save file and like, you want me to do what? Yeah, it sounds about like it. The funny thing is, I was going to try to balance all these things, and I'm freaking, 4 hours into stream, and I'm still working on oil. But everything else falls back to oil. Call this Swamp 3. I'm not even 900 hours yet. I do need to use the restroom, so I'll be back in just a moment. I have made up my mind. F recycling water. We're making 1,000 concrete instead. Why? Recycling water is easy. And I'm back. Sorry, I took a little bit longer because I went ahead and took my pills. With this bullshit, I need my blood pressure medication and grabbed another drink. No, recycling water is easy. What I'm trying to do is a nightmare. And welcome in, cheese. Okay, I've got mine working perfectly. Still no solution. Nope. Still doing some test. This is the swamp pipe, which is obviously not fucking working. Go check out the swamp. Remember, that is with a... Everything moved to Mark II. The pipe out of the blue crater is a Mark II. And we have a priority junction in place. And we've moved the junction down. I may not have the priority junction set correctly. That is very, very likely. This is how I set up the priority junction. So, out to the pressurizer from the swamp node and from the blue crater. Blue crater in the top, out on the bottom, and swamp node on the side. I do have a save right before I fired that up, so. Yes, sir. That's kind of the point of the stream. Do you want the save log? No, never mind. That's backwash from the swamp. All that flow rate is coming from the swamp. Now, anyone who wants to save, feel free to let me know and I will send you a link. I think I still have you on Discord. Yeah, Vago. Shit. There you go. Boop. Link has been sent, Vog. I would appreciate any assistance with this as possible. I would like to not run headlift pumps if I can get away with it. Hello, call sign. Always go to concrete recycling really hard. Like I said, it's not that hard to recycle water. I've got my water recycling perfectly. One thing I would take into account, Cheese, if you're still listening, I had to make sure I was not full on alumina. Alumina solution cannot be allowed to fill up. My system would crash every single time alumina solution was allowed to fill up. So, like, I can't let that system ever turn off. And anytime I've ran aluminum, I've always dumped any extra. I've always let the bauxite run freely. I've never let it back up. So like I've only got like 20 some odd alumina solution in each one of my refineries. If that alumina solution hits 50, this whole thing comes crashing down. That one's almost hitting 50. And as you see, aluminum scrap's backing up. Why the fuck is aluminum scrap backing up? That's weird. There we go. That'll clear it out. Yeah, that is the closest problem I've had in weeks. Now you guys all remember when I set up the aluminum factory. It took me like a day or so to get it balanced, but after that. So at the moment, Swamp Pipe is not running. Swamp Pipe is not the only one that's not running. I'm looking at 4 not running right now. 5. About to go back to the valveless. I got a lot of pipes here that are not running. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the valveless system. And how we doing, call sign? I've tried multiple things, VIP junctions and all, but nope. When I set up my aluminum factory, everybody said that the way I was setting it up would not work. It was not the standard way to do it. But I just proved that it works. I don't know where that aluminum scrap's coming from. I might have something misdialed. But yeah, we're going to go back to the valveless system. I have the blueprint for this, so it's not a super huge deal. All I have to do is take the valves out, and it'll be the exact same as it used to be. Hit the wrong button. Drax's gonna love this because he didn't like the valves to begin with. boo. Boo, 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 boo. Alright, so I just need to let this sit for a we'll get rid of this one too. In the worst case, I'll show you how I did mine. I know I just flew over there, but give it a shot. And see if it works for you. It can't only work for me. So, pipe out of the alumina solution, goes into a valve that's set open, a pump that is powered, goes into a priority junction with the recycled water into the bottom, the new water into the top, and the water into the machine from one of the sides. I also have a valve into a pump on the feed lines. I'm being very specific about how I'm saying that because I believe the order of those matters. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, worst case, give it a shot. If not, oh well. That is the first time I've had to touch that factory in quite a while. And by quite a while, I mean weeks. And obviously, you can imagine the strain this save puts on loads. I'm going to wait till the next autosave and then we'll fire the system up. My aluminum not only shouldn't work, but I'm not certain why it works, but it works only because of one thing that shouldn't matter, and I ain't messing with it. That was about fair. Aluminum's always one of those things that just kind of freaking sucks. Aluminum and the recycling the nitric acid in aluminum. So I'm gonna drop a save. We're gonna call this valveless. And we're going to turn fuel production on, which should start slurping down all this oil. Takes a little while for it to actually kick up. Oh, how the hell is everybody doing today? It's fucking Friday. That should count for something, right? This is the last stream of the week. Now this is going back to the valveless system that I originally set up. So no valves in the pressurizer, with the pipe from the swamp, or pipe from the blue crater that joins into the swamp as all Mark II, and the priority junction and the lowered junction. Head is hurting all day. Decided to have a beer and regret it. Yeah. That's why I don't drink. I had a screwed up idea a couple weeks ago about doing a Discord only stream where I'm not on YouTube, I'm not on Twitch, just Discord. So I can basically be as unfiltered as I want. I'll watch this pipe pretty closely. Just a shitty feeling inside. Yeah, I can see that. I hope you feel better, bud. We have virtually no flow rate coming this way. It's starting to pick up a little bit. There it goes. Let's go to the blue crater, see if that pump's actually doing things. Nope, still. Oh, well, it's working. That's not a yellow light. But it's looks like it's gonna become a yellow light. And it stopped. All right, I want to try something. Let's try flipping the priority, sending the swamp in first. That way, the crater is just trickling in. See if that is the number. Think of it as the crater is the fresh water into a recycled water system. Instead of having it be the recycled water, have it be the fresh water. It's just trying to fill up the pipe so that preferably that pipe stays pressurized. That might be the That might be the play. That might be the idea. That might be the freaking solution. Because obviously I'm trying to run 150 down a 600 pipe. The biggest problem is neither one's going to want to stay pressurized for shit. Do, 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 do. Now we just gotta we gotta get that 5 off there. Do 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 do. And do 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 dang 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 ding 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 ding. Oh, it's like I thought I was using all the sulfur on the map. Yeah, when my rocket fuel is running. Okay. We're gonna call this one's valveless 2. So we kind of have an idea. We're going to fire this up. This is, of course, assuming that this priority junction is set up remotely close to correctly. And we'll wait for it to start pulling flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. The oil never bothered me much anyway. I got no flow at all. There's flow. So I don't think this is set correctly. Zero and 0. And 0. So either the pipe's done stalled out already, or it's not actually taking anything from this pipe just yet. Which is very possible. Rose building the generator, run GT6. Yeah, something like that. Welcome in, Spirit. It's not that big of a generator. It's a little bitty baby generator.
This is a little guy. This is a little guy.
Be a lot better once I get to get the freaking oil to work. All because I'm trying to do something different. I'm trying to do something weird. And now it's starting to pull. All I have to do is leave the swamp and the friggin' thing starts pulling. Pretty sure that's the swamp pipe. I feel like I need to color code that pipe so I always know which one is the pipe that I've been fighting with. And whee!
Yay! Flight!
Get some speed, get some momentum. And that is running a nice firm 0. But it's not empty. So I'm assuming the priority junction's working. It's just got to get everything out of the swamp first. Obviously the swamp is, all these things are backed up some. That one's trying to empty out. That one's trying to empty out. That one's emptying, kinda. Sometimes. That one just sucks. That one sucks. Hold on what? What am I holding on to? What was what? Come here. The oil pump? What about the oil pump? I checked a whole bunch of them. Those two connect into this junction. Then this pipe comes over here, connects to these junctions. That goes up to connect to that junction, which gets these two pumps. There's only 450 oil here, so we can all easily fit down a... I have not fixed a damn thing yet. I have to put freaking valves in because I think one of the things that's happening is I think the blue crater oil is trying to flow towards those. Because those suck. No, those suck. It's overclocked. There's 6 at 75. Let me try something. Let's try to put some valves on this just to restrict the directionality of the flow. Because I think one of the things that's happening right now is the swamp's oil is trying to... Good morning, Foxy! Welcome to hell. Welcome to oil hell. Directionality, yes. Yeah, I think what's happening right now is we got a whole lot of stuff fighting directionality. And as long as everything is filled, I should not need to worry about directionality. I should be able to use valves to set directionality. Whenever the game actually decides to load. Thank you. Yeah, that's... Oh, I don't completely agree with that. You can also use valves to just turn shit on and off. How you been, Foxy? Yeah, that's kind of the only things I use valves for. I don't use them to try to dial anything in. Either, you know, set, I only want stuff to go this direction, or set thing just off. Fuck. How the hell does that have 100 some odd freaking... This pipe is showing nothing, no flow. But the valve connected to the pipe shows 100 freaking cubic meters per minute. Oh yeah, you guys' seasons are flipped. So we're entering into summer. You're entering into more like winter. Actually, you know what? For right this second, I'm going to go ahead and just turn this valve off. It's probably a bad idea. Foxy is Australian. Sometimes I know where my chat's from. Foxy's also been here for quite a while. What switches can I turn off to save on power? Technically speaking, you just turn off the entire alien power matrix. There's more than enough built up. Give me a second. Let me throw down a switch and if you can turn off all of priority groups 6 or dark matter. Turn off dark matter, and that will stop the alien power matrix system, which will save a shit ton of power. There's an entire bin full of power matrices, so you'll get the boost for quite a while. And we ran out of oil. So another reload. And the only reason I'm reloading, for anybody wondering, is it takes so long to fill up the oil pipes. Sorry, I'm trying to read up on. Oh, Trying to find a picture that literally just shows the freaking priority junction and shows which freaking pipe gets which priority. I know I've seen the picture before, but okay, put some choke valves on. I don't want to set the valves. I kind of do, but I kind of don't. Shit, I just realized that. Any oil I take out of that upper pipe, I can't replace once there's a valve in place. So I might have a bubble up here at the top. Oh, 60 cubic. A little bit of flow through here, which is kind of weird, but it's actually really, really weird. By the time I get down there, it wouldn't be sending anything anyway, so. It's gone for a bit. Did you find the pipe issue? No, I have not found. I have not found the pipe issue. It's getting pretty close to me just putting some head lift pumps on, and by that I mean a crap ton of them. The thing that annoys me is that certain pipes are running fine, and certain pipes are being a pain in the ass. That's the part that's annoying me the most. Like Blue Crater. Every single pipe except for the one that joins with the swamp runs fine. Okay, it's a problem with joining with the swamp. Right now I'm just letting this system try to rebalance itself. Like, I'm not consuming any oil right now. I removed a tiny little chunk from this system. So the fact that it wants to sit here and freaking bouncy, bounce is frustrating to say the least. But how are you doing, Jake? You said you got your build done, your last build for 1.1 done. You're not bailing on 1.1 just because you hit the item limit, right? Ah. I mean, I'm assuming you know how to up the item limit. I think you've been playing this a little bit longer than I have, and definitely build a hell of a lot more than I do. I think I hit the item limit on freaking actual structures, like buildings. I mean, I got a hell of a lot of foundations too, but yeah, same here. I mean, I was getting about the most I got was 3 crashes in a stream. So I don't know what the hell's with the item limit, because obviously the vast majority of my build is all in one area, so it'd all be rendered in. But I'd hit the item limit, crash, reload my previous autosave, and build for another few hours before it hit again. I'd be curious what you could do with this save after I'm done with nuclear. That's still freaking fluctuating. Oil's not going anywhere. Why is it flowing? Even weirder, it's not, it's just going back and forth in these two pipes. Is it literally just going back and forth between these two pipes? Does that happen? Like there's a valve on the end of this pipe, so no liquid can come back this way. All right, screw it. I'm turning the system on. Like I said, I removed like a 2-meter long piece of pipe to replace it, which I'm kind of regretting doing, but it is what it is. We're turning it on. Busy making rail blueprints for my next playthrough. 1/2 degree, 1 degree, and 2 degree inclined curves along with a bunch. Yeah, that was one thing I couldn't get to work where the shit was doing any type of inclined curve and making it look good. So So I ended up just doing inclines and then a curve, then an incline, then a curve, then an incline, then a curve when I needed to. I'll definitely have to check that out. The funny thing is, we had the day where, you know, I was told I need to check out your channels or your videos and stuff. I had actually seen some videos from you earlier that day, and I just hadn't clicked on them because I'm not a builder, so buildy stuff doesn't really appeal to me. But it's just really funny that I was the algorithm was already pushing your content to me. And then I figured out that you had actually joined chat the night before. But you had joined on YouTube, or on Twitch, not on YouTube, so that, I don't know, it's just weird. It's funny. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I have never said blah, 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 blah. Said screenshots? It's like that first person I've ever had to accept a DM from. That does look pretty damn good. Don't know what's with the railroad ties, but I guess that's kind of the visual you were going for. Looks a hell of a lot better than a lot of the ones I've seen. Hell of a lot better than the ones I made. Yeah, so they're basically just there to simulate railroad ties. Yeah, a little bit of flow. Not much. I can see that. My last playthrough, I did a lot of trains. I was relatively happy with my what I called my road rail blueprint. I never actually used the road aspect of it. What the fuck? No luck at all, Drac. Tried to put a priority junction in, and it doesn't seem to be helping anything. About to go back to the previous. For anybody currently in chat that wants to be a better builder, go check out My Name's Jake channel on YouTube. He does some really, really cool builds. Shameless plug for you, bud. Hell of a lot better looking builds than I do. But that don't take much. I make platforms. And then I throw way too many things on top of said platform. That's true. You're definitely a better builder than I am, and you do kind of educational videos on how to be a better builder. So if you want to be a better builder, there you can go. I need to pick your brain one of these days about editing. definitely a better editor than I am. I am still very, very new to editing videos. Which, I mean, I will acknowledge is one of the things I need to work on getting better at. Can't do everything as streams. YouTube algorithm, mommy loves videos. DaVinci 19. Probably need to update, but yeah, we're not getting any flow through this pipe now. This pipe is now completely shut off. Reload valveless too. I also do a lot of smaller scale builds, but you kind of have to when you do a lot of details. Yeah, the Satisfactory building system is a little on the limited side. It's always nice to see what people like you and the only other one I really know off the top of my head is Drawing Chaos. You guys do some freaking messed up ass shit with what I find to be a very, very limited building system. But, I mean, at the same time, I mean, going back to my ARC days, people like Lance and Fat Dog and even Mikey to an extent, they definitely build shit that there's no way in hell I could ever build. Because I can't see. I can have an idea in my head, but I can't translate it out. I think I'm going to ditch this priority junction because I think it was working better before we did this. All in all, a lot of the system was working better before I started screwing with shit. I'm definitely not trying to bash on myself. I am aware of my limitations. I'm aware of my own lack of knowledge. See World Anchor? Never even heard of them. You're not waiting long enough to see if a fix takes effect at all. I am waiting long enough to see the pipe empties out and the pump is no longer sending anything that way. That's all I'm waiting for. If that pipe empties out, it's never going to fill back up. Chinese or Japanese player. Yeah, well, that explains it right there. Not to sound racist at all, but I know the entire system is going to take hours to show any legit change. But the problem is, I'm burning all of the oil. Once this pipe empties out, there's nothing to come back this way to backfill it. So once it's empty, it's empty. Now, when it's almost working, If it's bleeding a little bit, that's going to take hours to see. But when it empties out in 10 minutes, obviously whatever fix I did not help at all. This is like turning a carb screw a quarter turn and then giving up before turn. Definite limited. I like curvature, sloped windows, and many more, but there are mods. But no, I don't want mods. Yeah, like I said, check out some of Jake's shit. He does a lot of stuff with the curves and stuff like that. That I don't understand. I know how to do the 5-degree rotation. I know how to do the. I was wondering if you were. Oh shit! You just realized what's happening? Tell me, and don't blame it on. Don't just blame it on me being dumb. You gotta blame it on something in addition to that. What's going on, Ken? In DM. Is that some of the? I guess that's some of the other builders. That nuclear center looks freaking cool. I don't know. I'm a big anti-clipping person. The linking of pipes is forcing your generators to drain a single pipe. That's one of the reasons I tried the valve system. Because when I had the valves, I was not allowing them to be linked. That's why I tried the valves. Because like right now with the valve list, the way we originally set it up, if one pipe, one extractor somewhere on the world was not supplying enough, the pipe would just take more from somewhere else. That's why I'm not focused on this side. I'm focused on the pipe itself. I want to make sure all the extractors are running to maximum. I honestly don't think I will. I think using the valve system was on the right track. Hello, Zitter. You fix one pipe and the generators are going to pull from another until it's empty. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why, like I said, I wanted to do the valve system and not the valveless. Because when I had valves all set to off, all those valves I had were off. That was stopping the flow. It was just there to link everything. I think my best bet is go back to the valve system and just run the swamp and the blue crater pipes, the two pipes that are being a pain in the butt right now, up here, combine them and then feed them into the pressurizer. Make your link system. How am I going to link? I'm guessing you're talking about the refineries, not the generators. That would potentially work. Just hook all of my oil pipes up together. Because if I hooked up all the pipes here at the refineries, like I get rid of this pipe and I put a T-junction here. Even if I put a valve on here to keep directionality, that would have everything linked and I wouldn't need that pressurizer. I've been doing a lot of work outside of hover pack range. Or we just play some pumps. Yeah, that's it's definitely getting there. I really want to have this work though, because this should be possible. This is the exact same as doing a water tower, except for I'm using oil instead. And I don't have a sacrificial line. Technically speaking, I could build a line 400 meters up. Just a single pipe, 400 meters up. Put a valve on the end of it, let the whole damn thing fill up. Use headlift pumps to fill the whole thing up. And then once it's completely full, take the pumps off, set the valve to close, and that would set head pressure for everything. The refineries do know what line to... Okay. In the valveless system, yes, that's correct. Because they're not pulling from any one line. They're pulling from a pool of lines. The valve system stops that. Let me go back to the valve system so I can explain what I'm talking about. How does it not? In the valve system, they're not connected at all. There's no sharing of liquids. Every pipe runs individually. The valve system shows the error faster because they're not connected. So it doesn't have that backup. Because this valve every one of these valves is set to off. Zero flow. This valve is set to zero flow. But because there's an actual pipeline here, this sets the head pressure from the high pipe into everything else. So these are all individual pipes. There's no sharing of anything. This pipe can't pull from this pipe or any other pipe. So I think this is the way to go. I just got to figure out that fucking stupid swamp pipe. Sorry, for anybody newly tuning in, what is going on is I have 3 pipes here that come from the red forest, the highest oil on the map. I have purposely ran all of my pipelines below that point. So the head pressure that section already inherently has, natively has, naturally has, whatever you want to call it, is coming down here, joining into this manifold, into a series of valves that is turned off. There is zero flow allowed through them to set the head pressure on every other pipe. All of the pipes going back are filled up. Shit, I just realized something. I have to open this whole system. I don't have to leave it open. Don't take it that way. But any change I make to the system currently, I need red forest oil to backfill the system. Not all. I have a few pipes that are causing an issue. And that's one of the things I was trying to figure out, was which pipes were causing issues. Let's go ahead and turn this on. This is for debug mode. Actually, you know what? Hold on. 99% positive this is the swamp pipe. I'm just going to cut this. I want to see how many problems are caused by the swamp pipe. Because if any one pipe depressurizes, it should not affect the system at all. But like right now, that can't cause any issues. No, Ken, as far as the hover pack, I've been doing a lot of work out in the world outside where the hover pack is, so I have to switch to the jetpack. If anybody's curious what my current power production is, it's not looking good. But like I told Fog, I could turn off dark matter. That will drastically reduce my power consumption. Are we on the same page now, Drac? Though I do kind of agree that if I just put pipes between all of my oil refineries, that would connect them all and kind of not need this, except for the fact if I connected all of those, unless I put valves in that were turned off, they would all be sharing oil. Yeah, I had just gotten back to the plant. Yeah, especially troubleshooting something this large. Right now, I'm just waiting for pipes to bleed. For some reason, I'm not drawing a full 600 here. It's climbing up there. Now it is. So it's probably just waiting for the refinery to start, all the refineries to start eating. That's obviously a problem right there. Because correct me if I'm wrong, if I ever see that bubble, that means there's basically air in the line. I'm getting flow through some of the pipes, and this is the entire thing that's why this has taken me 4+ hours currently. If I flush any one pipe, I flush the entire system. Yeah, that one's definitely, we got a problem pipe here. That pipe has nothing in it. Oh, wait. I bet you $10. I know why that pipe doesn't have anything in it. Yeah. No, this is all rocket fuel. If only you'd build it right the first time. I tried to build it right the first time. That one's well, the power plant's not that big. There's only 6 of those. Yeah, the problem is these pipes have to stay absolutely full. Ah, got 2 of them side by side. So I need to trace that pipe. I'm just trying to mark which ones aren't flowing properly. That one having 0 doesn't make any sense. It is kind of a head issue. Yeah. I definitely agree that it's a cascading failure. Now, see, the screwy thing is, and that I was trying to figure out. And bear in mind, right now I'm on a save that I have not fixed anything. Okay, have a good one, Foxy. Yeah, the cascading failure makes even less sense when you think about the fact that, you know, they don't share fluids. Oh shit, what am I doing? Give me a second. I'm being dumb. Something that we found earlier, and I don't know if Drac was here for this or not. Drac, were you here when I went over to the Gold Coast? The Oil Coast, whatever you want to call it. But welcome in, Guide Lee. Sorry I didn't say that when you first messaged. I need to get better at saying that first and then responding to the message. You want to see something that doesn't make any sense? Let me go over to the Gold Coast. That'll blow your mind. I didn't get much just height. I didn't get much momentum. Should still be able to get over there though. I was watching the new James Gunn Superman movie. I mean, it wasn't bad. I will say I'm kind of partial to the Henry Cavill movie. What, Supergirl? I'm not a huge DC fan, so and it's been a couple of years since I watched it. So this one, running perfectly, right? The one directly above it. Not running at all. The one above that, not running at all. Above that. The one at the top, running fine. Last time this one was running fine, so I don't know what the hell's going on with that this time. Get a bit. That's weird. Now, the 300 pipe running perfectly actually makes a little bit of sense. This pipe running absolutely buttery smooth makes a lot of sense. And I can make all of this run absolutely fine. I can make the Gold Coast oil flow freely. I can make anything on this side of the map flow freely. Because the red forest oil is over here. I could probably do something I don't want to do, but I could. Not in this use case, Ken. Because, like, right here, I'm well over 10 meters above that. Yep, have a good one, Jake. I'll let you know if I actually end up figuring this out without using head lift. I don't want to use head lift once, but I will if I have to. Part of it's just me being stubborn, but it's also just something I want to figure out. Ken, are you familiar with the water tower trick? Where you send a pipe of water up to a very high point and connect it to a bunch of other pipes to share the head lift. Kibitz went over it, not in the latest video, but the video before that. I'm doing the same thing, but with oil. So why that 300 pipe flows absolutely fine, this 300 pipe right here connects to it. Why I don't connect it down here is I have no clue. Actually, I don't. That might not be a 300 pipe. Whatever. Definitely something for me to keep in mind. Drac, now that you're done with Plus, I'll give you the save. You can come back to 1.2. Grand total, this thing will be using 12,600 oil. Every drop on the map. Well, let me DM you the save. Boop. Linky sent. I might be wrong. Okay, so the Red Forest 300 does not feed into this 300. but it's flowing fine. Obviously, anything out of the red forest should be flowing. Why is that not? Why the fuck are you not flowing properly? The hell? 1.2 is not out. It comes out on June 2nd. That's freaking weird. So this must be like a 150 pipe and a 450 pipe. Why the hell is that not running? That's literally the red forest. This pipe right here is from the red forest. Obviously they are connected. The hell? What the hell is this pipe? So this doesn't get any more into the pipe. Yes, it's a 300 pipe connected to a... Oh, it's a 300 pipe. It's a Mark 1 connected to a Mark 2. Because the Mark 2 has more than 300 in it. Conveyor throughput monitors can come in handy. Oh, the output pipe is a Mark II. So, okay, so I join in with it. How the hell is this one not having any issues? I don't think anybody would say that's 10 meters. They need an external pipe throughput monitor. I agree. I was saying that earlier today. Because I would slap them all over these freaking pipes. And like I myself own pipe flow rate monitors. There's 21 total pipes of oil. Look at the not clean pipes. Yeah, but I want a number. I want a numerical value that I can read from the outside. That's did anyone else just see that? Help me debug a silica issue. Now I have a perfect 480 aluminum ingots per minute plus 180. When I deconstructed this, it went back quite a ways. It was probably just because I did it too fast. The hell? Yes, every single drop. I'm using every single drop of virtually every resource on the map. The only resources I will have left over at the end of this is iron, copper, and limestone. What's going on, Dark Soul? We're currently trying to debug some oil flow rate issues using a very, very, very messed up system. Now, this save game has every single resource on the map gathered together on belt highways and pipe highways to take them all to the swamp or nearer to the swamp. Yes. I have 7 full belts of polymer resin. This entire playthrough was meticulously planned out. And then handed to an absolute insane person to build. Yeah, 7 full 1200 belts. I have 8. While I'm processing all of the oil, when I can actually process all of the oil, I will be making 20 or 8,400 polymer resin per minute. Give me a second. Let me get somewhere a little bit safer, and I'll read your question, Dark Soul. I have a good question for you. Would you rather use trains to transport raw resources or use them to transport crafted components to another location to make more complex parts? Really depends on how much you're trying to move. My last playthrough, I did a 2.4 terawatt playthrough where I refused to allow myself to be able to run long belt highways. Like, this stuff wasn't allowed. I could not take resources from one biome to another biome on a belt. I had to do it with planes, trains, or automobiles. So I ended up running about 75 trains. Could have been more. I don't remember the number. And my rule of thumb is every train car that you are running, do not expect more than 1,200 items per minute in that train car. Ever. Do I really need 14.7 terawatts? No. But I mean, do we really need to play the game? This entire playthrough is the result of a thought exercise where I asked how much power could you make with every single bit of natural resources on the map. Ah, I see why that pipe's all jacked up. It's only a 150 pipe going into a buffer. The buffer has to empty first. Let's just get rid of this son of a bitch. So I literally asked my chat, my community, whatever, how much power could you make with every single drop of natural resources on the map? And we went back and forth and finally came up with 14.757 terawatts. The only reason I call it the 14 million megawatt playthrough is the in-game unit of measure for power is megawatts. It doesn't matter how much power you're making, you will never see terawatt displayed. And B, 14 million megawatts sounds really freaking cool. It sounds a lot better than 14.7 terawatts. Yes, I will be doing nuclear as well. Okay, so now I know why that pipe was acting screwy. Because it was trying to empty that buffer. So because it was a 300 pipe, it was sending 300 down the pipe, even though it was only requesting, it's only supposed to be 150. But what I was saying is, if I wanted to pull all the oil from the Gold Coast really, really easily, junctions right there into one of these pipes. Agree, Dracus? I'm quite hammered and sick to my stomach, all self-inflicted. Very, very much regret. Yeah. But I mean, it's the weekend, so at least you had to sleep it off. That looks so complicated what you did in this world. Give me a minute and I'll show you the complication. You're only seeing the pipes and the belts and blah, 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 blah. This is not the complicated part. I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, I definitely understand. Max nuclear is impossible. There's not enough SAM in the world to process all the plutonium waste. Wrong. I've done it. You're looking at the wrong recipes. 2100 uranium. Every bit of it burned off. All of that waste turned into plutonium. All of that plutonium waste turned into fixonium. Is possible. And if you would like, I'll pull up the save to show you. Well, that's if I was going to tap off like that track, I would be using valves to isolate it. I am only using valves as setting directionality and to turn off pipes. That's it. That's my only uses for. And thank you for subscribing over there on the Twitch, Seplita. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hugely appreciate that. Now, one of the things since we're talking about nuclear while I'm riding the belt, if you look into uranium waste, there are 2 different alternate recipes to use them. This one is not very, there's 3, sorry, there's 3. Plutonium fuel unit, instant plutonium cell, uranium fuel unit, infused uranium cell. It sounds right. It's been a couple months. I can look, like I said, I can load the save where I burned all 2100 uranium on the map. And it was a 0 waste. Short of, there was some issues with waste solely because, if I load the save now, there's issues with the uranium waste because of the 1.2 to 1.1 vehicle pathing changes. I played my max uranium in 1.1 with the old style vehicle pathing. Does my save have a jetpack and dimensional storage? Nope. But everything else is in dimensional storage, so if I loaded up my save currently from my 1.1 save where I did max nuclear, there would be some waste built up because I was feeding the limestone into my nuclear plant with tractors, and 1.2's vehicle pathing does not like the way I had it set up in 1.1. The old vehicle paths suck in some ways. I will agree with that. In some ways, they were better because you can't do sick jumps in 1.2. Yeah, here's the cascading failure. More and more pipes are turning themselves off. But I mean, at the moment, I do have 4 terawatts. Rob redeemed a hydrate. So the theory is that trains will be getting the new system like vehicle, no blocks or path. I think a lot of people are thinking that solely because the 1.2 trailer featured trains very heavily, but you also have to remember they were literally showing off the fact that you can paint rails. And thank you for following over on the Twitch mini keg. I just saw that. Sorry, I apologize for that one. Okay. This is my 1.1 save, and I will show you one of the reasons why I'm saying what broke in my vehicle pathing. I will have to go back to my nuke plant, which I have to remember where my teleporters are. But yeah, when I was talking about trains and stuff, yeah, there's a few trains. We're not going to pay any attention to the like 150 factory carts. Pay no attention to the giant slew of factory carts. That was a boredom thing. Whoop. Okay. So, my nuclear power plant stretches from there way the F down there. There is 246 nuclear reactors laid out in rows of 5. Oh, there's one row of 1 because, you know, weird numbers. Obviously, I'm not going to show off the Fixonium recipes because there's no alternate ways to make Fixonium. Now, bear in mind, I am slooping my SAM and Trigons, but I'm not using all the SAM on the map. Thought I caught that, but just barely too low. Okay, this is my problem with this 1.1 save, with the loading it on 1.2. I have vehicle paths here. There is not a they are set to stop here and get coal. Coal is their fuel source because there's coal right there. So it's like, we'll just bring coal to this one and we'll bring limestone to those 3. I easily could have belted the limestone over. I wanted an excuse to use tractors. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 436. I do immensely appreciate that. But yeah, when there's too many tractors lined up here, they have a habit of not stopping and actually getting their fuel. So then they go over here and they run out of freaking fuel. Because you obviously see the tractors just sitting there. But as far as recipes for the nuke plant, let me go upstairs where all the nuclear stuff is actually made. So start at the beginning. I have to like mentally remind myself where everything is. Okay, so I'm using the infused uranium cell recipe, feeding that into the infused. Oh, never mind. It's the same damn recipe. There's 2 rows of these. Feeding that into the uranium fuel unit. And that makes the uranium fuels, they get burned, come back over as waste, making the non-fissile uranium recipe. That's the base recipe, not an alt. That goes to the instant plutonium cells and then into the plutonium fuel units. I feel like 1.1 trucks are way better. Me going like crazy is better than them going slow. Yeah, I mean, there's positives and negatives to the new system. It's definitely a little easier to set up when you're doing a big chain of vehicles. And yes, I'm literally moving my plutonium fuel cells down to burn with factory carts. I make 22.4 plutonium per minute. A factory cart can move that easily. Let's not take into account the uranium waste buildup right now, because I explained why that. Obviously, I have a crap ton of plutonium fuel rods, right? This is literally because I was making them for a long time before I set up their reactors. All of these reactors are completely overclocked. They run at 100%. There's one that's not. But I'm too lazy to figure out which one of those it is. The 1.1 truck path system also allowed you to do, I really like the fact you could do sick jumps in the paths. So that was a win. Okay, plutonium waste. There is nothing in that bin. There's nothing in that bin. We all agree on this? They're empty. All the plutonium gets consumed. I could let this run for the next hour. That plutonium will not back up. As far as the quantity of SAM, 116. I think I'm only pulling from 2 different nodes for this. That would be that's on Moon Knight. Random bullshit go. Nope, it's not. It's on this one. No, that's concrete. Yeah. So we got Trigons and Sam, and yeah. It is on Moon Knight. I've got... Pretty sure I'm pulling Sam. How's my training stations? Okay. Alright, so I've got a SAM node here. That's that pure node that's up here. And then I don't remember where the rest of my SAM comes from. Because I know I'm making my Triguns up here with the 2 SAM nodes that are up here. The pure node that's up here, and then the impure that's here. I don't remember where I'm getting the rest of my SAM from, but I'm only pulling it from like 1 or 2 nodes for this entire system. Like I said, I am slooping the reanimated SAM for this. Just like I'm slooping the Trigons. And I've got some of my singularity cells slooped just so I could have enough to feed my, my little teleporter right here. You saying you're lazy while you build all of this place is crazy? You can be lazy and still build crazy stuff. I normally say that I'm lazy when it's something that, I just don't feel like tracking down. Lazy equals not caring. So Guidely, does that show how you can do max nuclear? Take a. You guys should see my cursor. Hopefully that explains that. I try to explain everything as much as I can because I realize this game can be somewhat confusing and there's a lot of alternate recipes and sometimes the math, you have to do some weird stuff with math. Like I got asked a whole lot when I was building this power plant why I'm using the default turbo fuel recipe and not the nitro, or the default rocket fuel recipe and not the nitro rocket fuel. We got a whole crap ton of pipes. I have no idea why we're not getting throughput on. Obviously, we know why that one's not. We got 20 some odd people watching right now. How the hell is everybody on this great Friday night? We had a good Friday so far. Hopefully I'm making it a little bit better. Oh, that's not even running completely. I don't know how the hell that one's not running at a smack out 600. Drac, what do you think about the idea of just putting a T right here and joining these maybe with a valve to keep this one from flowing into that one? I would like to minimize sharing of fluids as much as I can. That would allow it to share the head pressure or the head lift without sharing fluids. And all I mean by that is, yeah, that's gonna give me pipe 2 short bullshit. Whoop, no, whoop. I know you're not really a big fan of valves, but what I'm using them for, like I said, I'm literally using it to turn off the pipe or set directionality. That's it. If it doesn't serve one of those two purposes, I don't want anything to do with it. I don't honestly remember how many of these are on each row. The problem is right now with this, where I'm in this save, yeah, needle mode works. My oil's already jacked up, so. And every once in a while, noodle mode or curve mode. They look okay. Yeah, the autosaves are definitely getting more and more painful. Yeah, hooking up these two rows is easy because there's literally. Actually, let me check something real quick. Let me check something. We're talking about running a pipe between the different rows, right? I might not have to. Nope, I don't have to. There's already a pipe there, Drac. Because the number of things I needed ended up being like some weird number. I guess it doesn't matter which direction that flows or which direction that's facing. Why are you putting valves at 0? Maybe I don't understand how they work. I'm using the what I am currently doing is I am trying to connect all of my oil pipes so they can share head lift. And I am setting the valves to 0 to turn off the pipe. I need a physical connection via pipe between the actual oil pipes so they can share the head lift. I don't know if you watch Kibitz's, if you watch Kibitz or not. If you do, you may have watched his, not most recent, but the previous one, where he goes over the water tower trick, where you send up one pipe of fluid up high and tee that into a bunch of other pipes to share that head lift. I'm doing the exact same thing, but I'm doing it with oil, and I'm using the naturally occurring oil in the red forest to get that head lift. But welcome in! Okay, so those should all be shared. Yeah, basically all of the pipes, as long as they're all connected, whoever's got the highest head lift says, you all have this head lift. I am a generous lord, and I will share with my followers. The pipe says that, not me. That's a little more ego-driven than even me. I just build stupid things. But I don't want the pipes to share fluids. We're doing this like kind of safe sex. We're not sharing fluids. By the way, for anybody new around here, I am not child friendly. I don't even know what's going to come out of my mouth next. I build stupidly large things. Stupidly. And when I say things like stupidly large, this system uses every drop of oil on the map. All 12,600 oil. What's cheesy, Amaya? But the major reason I'm doing this is because I'm trying to isolate the refineries so that if one pipe is not running correctly, I can figure out which pipe it is and try to figure out what the problem is. I mean, practicing safe sex is a good thing. I still think the best joke was always, do you have protection? Why? What the hell's in there? And sometimes you might be able to learn something from an idiot. Generally, don't try. After you finish that, I would So you're saying do this and get rid of the current pressurization system? But yeah, valves have a few major uses. You can potentially dial in the flow rate through a valve. You can also use them just to set directionality. Or you can just use them to turn off a pipe. Remove variables. What do you think of the idea of just removing one of the like the lower pipe from this the connector? Like just one of these pipes. You do the same thing, right? Are you ready? Just I'm probably gonna have to turn off the oil consumption and let the system fill back up. Okay, so that should... I should have found a pipe that was running fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn off fuel production. I got enough power to go for a little while. Shit. Let me come over here. I'm going to name the fuel production like I've done like 7 times now, but I always do it after a hard save, so. Should I wait the 8 minutes for my power grid to fill back up? Can't believe I only have 3.7 terawatts. How many people are currently screaming, only? Oh, hey, I can probably turn that back on. Good. Yeah, we're gonna wait the 8 minutes for batteries fill up. 186,000. Yeah, 186,000 megawatt hours. Go see how many alien power matrices I've burned through while I had that turned off. Yeah, about 1,000. Yeah, a little over 1,000. I had like 2,500. What was my consumption of power, or? $89,385 Mark 6 conveyors. What, did you load my save into Satisfactory calculator? Right now about 230, but the system's got to come back online. Because I literally turned off dark matter. So like, I got a little extra right now. The dark matter is literally just this one row. So anything down here that still had food was still making. I'm going to go ahead and purge these dark matter residues. This backup on the dark matter residue is solely caused by the fact I turned off that row of particle accelerators. There we go. Max consumption, yeah, about 20 minutes leeway. Yeah, that's about all I need. I mean, last time I turned off my fuel production, bear in mind, when I turn off fuel production, I turn off all of the oil refineries, all of the fuel blenders, the converters making nitrogen, and the converters making sulfur. I turn off all the assemblers making compacted coal. I turn off all of the refineries that make turbo fuel. I turn off the blenders that make nitric acid. I turn off the blenders that make rocket fuel. So my power consumption drops dramatically. Also, I turn off all these refineries that eat the polymer resin. Yeah, I said earlier I have 7 full belts of polymer resin. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Obviously, while I'm dealing with oil issues, those ain't running. Why I'm flying all the way down here to this priority power switch, I don't know, but I was already in the neighborhood, so we got about 2.5 minutes before before my battery banks are filled. Actually, you know what? Yoink! That should actually fill a little bit faster now because I literally just turned off a whole bunch of crap. But any fuel that's still in the system will be turned into turbo fuel. Then that'll be turned into rocket fuel. Somebody said something about, you know, me building crazy things, and I think I was on my previous save when they said that. This might be a little crazier. For anyone new here, that field, that sea of refineries that you see, is all, that's all my turbo fuel. It should fill faster because they have a charge speed limit. Okay, that one I wasn't aware of. There's probably enough in the system to last 2 minutes. It's under a minute, so it'll be fine. My production is going to slowly start coming down, but I'm filling up my oil. Last time I did this, I had about 2.5 hours of power. If I cannot get this sorted out by Monday, I will I'll fall back to using headlift pumps. I don't even have 4 terawatts right now. I only got 3 point. I only had 3 points. I'm at 3.0 right now, and it's dropping. It's kind of dropping. But we're basically charged. The reason why I'm turning off fuel production and not oil production is that allows all of the oil refineries to fill up on heavy oil residue and oil. So their input and output buffers fill up. All the heavy oil residue pipes fill up. We're down at 2.8. Unfortunately, now all these have to fill up. And before those are even allowed to fill up, all of these refineries have to fill up. It takes a hot minute to refill that system. Yeah, just a couple minutes. It's not like I've got any miles of pipeway or anything. It's just a couple little pipes, right? I can't believe I spent this entire episode just trying to freaking figure out this oil issue. Or, not episode, stream. Can't believe for 6.25 hours I've been freaking fighting with oil. That's not including how long I fought with it before stream. But, I mean, I'm not sure if I have more pipeline of oiled or rocket fuel. I mean, turbo fuel is pretty nice too. No mile, just kilometers. I mean, last I checked, I had 900 kilometers of pipe. I'm this close to never working with liquids again. What's wrong? I freaking hope so, Drac. The only other thing I can think of, but yeah, this is why I was laughing earlier. The only other issue I can see is just junctions in the pipes. Especially with the fact I'm heavily relying on T-junctions. Because I really like the look of T-junctions. You still messing with that freaking aluminum? Yeah, I mean, I've only got a little bit of pipeline of turbo fuel. I don't think the turbo fuel's as bad as the rocket fuel, though. The biggest drawback with letting the game run overnight, that means the factory ran overnight. You know, my little tiny storage factory. I'm going to show off what I call the red carpet, and then we'll go over to the storage facility real quick. One refinery wasn't able to empty its water in time due to the pipe being completely full at 600 theoretically perfect, but any slight hiccup, I think it just got F. Yeah. That's why I was saying with like the alumina solution, I can't let that fill all the way up. But yeah, the red carpet. Oh, I did go through and I set one refinery on every floor. It's not that one. Oh, it's this one. One refinery on every floor is set to 1%. So like it's that one, and then that one, yada, yada, yada. Trying to come up with my challenge for what to do when 1.2 comes out. Beat my power. Without using a recipe cost multiplier. Because for anybody new here, I am not using that. This is all on default 1.1 settings, except for I like daisy chaining. And I'll put some feats on the bottom of that at some point in time. Only use trucks for transporting items. No trains, belt highways, drones, only trucks. I'm still a little upset we didn't get a fluid tractor. Just try to inhale a hair. That's easy, pure everything, and high-end resources. Do it. I know it's not that hard. That's the only reason I offered it as a challenge. If it was going to be an actual challenge, I wouldn't have said it. Like if it was something that wasn't actually possible. Like I honestly don't know if you could beat my power using 1.1 settings. Fluid factory cart would have been hilarious. I would have been building foundations everywhere. Everything would have been done with. Could you imagine if I would have done that belt highway with just factory carts? That thing sucked enough with belts. Pretty sure even my PC would have exploded from the sheer volume of factory carts I would have needed. Not to imagine it would freaking look like the LA highway of factory carts. Oh. Okay. I said I'd go over to my little tiny small storage, kind of show it off while we're waiting on oil to fill up. Yeah, show off some of my insane stuff for some of the new viewers and stuff. We got a whole bunch of you guys in chat or hanging out right now. I know you guys are so proud of me for finally making hypertube cannons. Actually, yeah, I guess you were around for the previous playthrough, weren't you, Drac? Trying to say my 2580 aluminum ingot factory is now running at 100% efficiency. Trying to think about. I don't know what my big one is in the previous playthrough. It's all of the bauxite in the red forest minus this node, this, and this node. I didn't pull this stuff. And I honestly always forget about these. As soon as I realized hypertube cannons could be made, I made the one. They're a necessity. I normally don't use them. They're a bit disorienting to watch. I'll bet you money I'm full on motors again. No, there is no nodes I have not tapped. And welcome in. We're just gonna go with Kari. Or Carl. Carl, that's an L, not an I. That is every single node on the map. All 429. Yep, I'm full of motors again. I have tapped this playthrough, for anybody new, this is the result of a horrible thought exercise gone insanely wrong. I posed to chat in my last playthrough, how much power could you make if you took every single resource on the map and only went after power? Nothing else. So to do that, I had to tap every single natural resource on the map. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 437. I do immensely appreciate that. How's my rubber coming? Now bear in mind, when I'm running out of anything here, all right, I still got a crap ton. Anything I run out of here, I'm out of. I can't make more. 880, 800. Yeah, 880. Bear in mind, probably about 1,000, about 100 of that is literally just letting the game idle while this monstrosity filled up. Ooh, speaking of filling up, what am I? Oh, encased industrial beams. How the hell is that not full? Did I not make those now? Hey, this factory that you see here was a massive pain to build because I didn't have squat for power, and so absolutely nothing in this entire factory was overclocked. There's my pipes. And then I had to go through and I overclocked my aluminum just because I find it easier to set my recipes that way. What the hell are my encased industrial beams made? I don't remember this factory. Who built this? Who built this freaking cluster? I'm being told that it was past Idris that made this factory. I need to go back in time and smack him. I need to go back in time and smack him anyways, because what we didn't realize when I built this freaking thing, and when I was whining and crying about power, I had every single sloop on the map. I could have just made the freaking power augmenters and got a crap ton of power. Why are you not moving? Why are you not going to storage? Nah, no clue. Don't care either. How are we doing on power shards? I can't make more of them. They take quartz and I'm... Oh, no, I think I can actually make... I mean, I've used 3 bins of them so far. So I still have like 26 bins. That actually makes me curious if I do have quartz coming in here or not. I don't see quartz. Now, quartz would be on that line. Why is there no quartz coming in here? Oh, I'm probably actually using that quartz. See, I was going to go fly over to a belt and ride it back to the build, but then I remembered. I remembered it. I have a hypertube cannon. You can see the towers of power from all the way over here. There's just no refiner or no generators on them. Thank God I didn't have to go in to freaking manually put those down. It took it long enough with the freaking blueprints. God, those things look good. I need to go back in like streams and see how many hours I had on the save before I started running the Beltway. How many hours I had in the save after I got done with the damn Beltway. You know what the problem with this system is, Drac? I can't backfill the system. I'm sharing head lift, but if the pipes aren't full, then I can't backfill the system. I can't actually fill the pipes. Welcome back, Jenna. I figured you'd be in bed by now. Back to night shifts? Ah. So I need to hook these all back up without the valve. So I can backfill the system. Now I need them shared. Basically, I'm going to use the 3 pipes from the Red Forest to fill up all the rest of the pipes. I think that makes sense. Does head lift follow the liquid or the pipes? The problem is, like we figured out when we were originally testing this, or when you were originally testing this, the pipes have to be full. So like all of this cascade down here, if that's not full, then it can't pull any. Any tips on not making square ugly factories? No. Not, nope. All I do is square ugly factories, and I don't even normally do square ugly factories. I do platforms. But check out my buddy, My Name's Jake on YouTube. He does some really cool shit, and you can learn a lot from a Jake. Give me a second. I will grab a link for you. Yeah. Go check out that creator. He is a fantastic builder. This looks terrific. This looks like insanity. Is what this looks like. And welcome in, Dillo. Using multiple altitudes, yeah. What I did here, and this is a big, ugly square factory. It's not even a factory. That is literally just a sorting house. Virtually nothing is made inside of that. I started thinking about factories that I've been to personally, and factories normally are blocky and square and ugly, but they normally have a front-facing side that has some depth, has some architectural stuff. And I don't know if you would classify this as an ugly ugly square factory or not. Any lag yet? Only on my autosaves. And when I'm trying to drag out like giant belt highways. I don't know why that hologram just freaking eats my frames. My current problem is oil. My oil idea did not work. Or is not working as intended currently. Welcome back, Rallius. So right now I'm trying to backfill the system. Basically, I need the pipe from the extractor all the way to my refinery. All the way to my refinery to be completely full. Because A, we all know if there's a bubble in your pipe, you get sloshing. I don't want no sloshing. Also, a full pipe is a happy pipe, and a full pipe is a max throughput pipe. So, I'm currently using the oil from the Red Forest to fill up everything else. Once more pipes fill up, I should start getting oil this way. Let's go visit the closest oil. To me, there's two places that are close on oil. And I kind of view the closest as the one over here in the Desert Canyon. But how are all the goobers in here doing? That's a good question, Jenna. How the hell is everybody doing? I think we're up to almost 30 viewers at the moment. I can tell Kibitz isn't streaming anymore. But that's fine. You guys gotta come over and see a real crazy build. His is crazy. Mine's just crazy large. I promise I'm not compensating for anything. Maybe. Tired, is bedtime, I'm off it. I'll watch the end of the VOD when I regain consciousness. That's fine. Drac, get some rest, bud. Doing awesome, whatever a goober is. And Guten Abend, Mr. Morden. I guess I should be saying that to Jenna as well. I gotta remember which all of my viewers are the German speakers. Oh, or just the Germans in general. Every time I come by there, I think that belt is clipping. But no, there's no clipping. It just goes right over the top. I was having game crashes when I hit the item limit, but since I upped to the item limit, crashes are a thing of the past. Because, yeah, I might have hit the item limit. Ah, okay. I see. I see, said the blind man to the deaf fish. I just know Jenna likes when I speak German. Are you in my Discord, Valius? If not, I'm sure Nerd can send you the instructions. I had to have my my community send me the links. Or send me the instructions. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I hit the limit. Because I'm improving. I'm trying. But you know, for somebody in their 40s just trying to learn another language, even if it is a language I've been trying to learn most of my life. And hell, that time I didn't even try to put the accent on it. I appreciate it. I'm trying to learn stuff. Even in my elder years. The worst thing is I had to like shift my plan because I got way I think you said it right the first time. But yeah, we had a slight problem building this tower. Yeah, just a little problem. And that little problem is
Please
about here.
return to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
designated
World
zone.
border.
Failure to comply will result in termination.
So whereas I was gonna make this as like a 2x3 block, it became, we put the other two in a diagonal that way. Just try to stay in the world border. Drac never did say how the save was running on his PC. I know Nerd said that his PC started smoking when he tried to run it. Or anybody can literally drop the Discord command to get the link. Not trying to shill my Discord or anything, but the worst thing is I really don't have anything to do until that pipe fills back up. So right now I'm just kind of giving a tour of the factory, or the power plant. And bear in mind, everything you see here, I still have everything to do for a huge nuclear power plant. And when I say a huge nuclear power plant, trust me on the term huge, because obviously I know big. The nuclear power plant will be 307 nuclear reactors, all eating uranium fuel rods. Because not only am I using the 2100 uranium that's on the map, I said that's not enough. We're going to make more. How much battery do you have left to run this place while it fills up? I have 186,000 megawatt hours. And welcome in the Kylern. No, like I said, if anybody wants to just drop the Discord command, anybody can do it, and they'll throw a link to my Discord. That one I got set up. But basically, you go into your engine.ini file and you add 3 lines. You can probably just Google up or increasing satisfactory item limit, and it'll probably be the first thing that pops up. AI will probably answer it. Like I said, I'm not trying to shill my Discord. I'll tell you to find it without going to the Discord. Okay, let's get rid of these signs. Said get rid of the signs. Listen when I speak to you. We're definitely filling up. Now bear in mind, these pipes run all the way from about here back to every single oil node on the map. So you can imagine how many meters, kilometers of pipes I have. This isn't exactly a short process of filling up my pipes. I kind of wish it was, but it's not. It's a very long and arduous process. But look, if it's easy, it's just waiting for it to happen. Ooh, I have coffee. Yes, I just noticed there's coffee. But like I said, I'll probably end up pedal dinking around with this over the weekend. I do not, for anybody new here who's not used to it, I do not stream on Saturdays and Sundays, but I will be back Monday. If I do not have this figured out by Monday, if I have not figured out a way to do this without head lift pumps, I'll put the head lift pumps in. You can hear the disappointment in my voice in that statement. I really want to do this without head lift pumps. And then worst case scenario, you know, after nuclear is running, we can revisit this. Because I'm going to build my nuke plant like I always do. I'm going to build everything up to uranium fuel cells. Then I'm going to make a crap ton of uranium fuel cells. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 438. I massively appreciate that. We're riding the edge of having enough power and not having enough power. Bear in mind, the only sources of power that I currently have, once all the rocket fuel burns out of all that, is coal. And when I say coal, I mean the 250 coal generators over here. And sadly enough, no, that's not an overestimation. That's not exaggeration. That's not a bold-faced lie. There is 250 coal generators here. Because like I said, I make big stuff. I make build stuff. I make build stuff. I don't know how to English. That's why I'm trying to learn another language so I can screw that language up too. Woohoo! Screwing up one language isn't enough. I gotta screw up all the languages. So yeah, if you think this is big, just remember, we got a whole nother factory to make. We got nuclear. However, it will not be a Fixonium build. I will be burning uranium, turning that waste into plutonium fuel rods, and sinking them. Or using them for drones. Or at this rate, using them for a crap ton of friggin' fluid trucks. one way or another, we're going to get the freaking oil over here. I'm playing right now. How you doing, buddy? I'm doing fine. How you doing? How we doing, KTC? I'm doing a lot better now that I'm not actively thinking about the oil being screwed up. Actually, if we're gonna watch oil, I need to watch the refineries, because that's phase one. Fill up the refineries. Once the refineries fill up, then the pipes can fill up. Like I still have pipes over here that ain't got no oil. I don't know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no oil in it. Ain't got no Earl in it. Gotta get more Earl. Building my iron refinery. How many refineries are you using? That's the only positive thing I can say is I've processed most of my raw ores. I will have to send a bunch of ores into converters to make more nitrogen and sulfur and more bauxite and a crap ton of uranium. So far I have I need to make 17 converters for bauxite. Oh, nope, hold on. I need to make 17 converters for bauxite to turn that into nitrogen. I need another 24 converters for bauxite to turn into uranium. I'll be using a total of 22 converters for nitrogen, 29 for sulfur, and 16 for uranium. Yeah, it's gonna get spicy real fast. All pure nodes. I have Mark IV belts and about all the hard drives. Good job. So you're at the cusp of aluminum. And so we're definitely getting some oil here. That's got a full 600 flow rate. That's flowing pretty good. That's flowing pretty good. That's flowing pretty good. Phase 3. Yeah, so yeah, phase 3 is aluminum. It's been a hot minute. It's been a minute since I was in any of the phases. I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I literally blasted through the space elevator in about a week because this entire playthrough is built around this power plant, and to make this power plant I needed Mark 6 belts and Mark 3 miners. I could not do this without, and I was not going to be like another content creator and start with Mark 4, Mark 5 belts and then go through and upgrade them. Where am I using my Sommer sloops? My Sommer sloops, 70 of them are going into my alien power augmenters, and the other 33 are all being used to make more SAM. SAM is one of the few things on the map that you definitely want to sloop. You can sloop here, but bear in mind, I have 168 oil refineries. There ain't enough sloops. Right now I have 800 hours right now, and I have nothing going. I have a blank place. I'm sitting about 2K hours total, and this save is about 890. And I've probably got another few hundred hours left to build. We're going to see how much we can break this game. Because, you know, the towers of power weren't enough to break it. Now, where am I going to put those nuclear reactors? I have no fucking clue. No, this is basically 1.1 with daisy chaining. So no random resource placement, no node purity changes, no recipe cost multipliers, no space elevator multiplier, nothing. Everything is the same as it was in 1.1, except for I have daisy chaining, because I'll be damned if I do this without daisy chaining. Hey, you never know what I'm going to be into. Break the game or your computer. I'm honestly curious to see which one's going to break first, nerd. I'm happy with that build. I'm not a builder per se, but those look fucking good. I love my current screenshot. I seen your belt miles. I think I currently have about 2,000 kilometers of belts. Okay, so I still have 1,300 alien power matrices, so I'll have to let it run for a while and see if that goes up or down. But yeah, that's where most of my sloops are going. Like I said, there's 70 there, and then I've got 33 left over. And they all went to Sam. Because there's only a few resources on the map that you can't make more of. And that's Sam, oil, water. But I mean, honestly, you don't need to make more water. You know what fish do in water? Ew, it's disgusting. Honestly, I think the only better thing than looking at those towers of power, because I mean, honestly, I'm thrilled with the way those came out, is the belt highways. Like, seeing the Dune Desert's belt highway is a thing of beauty. I've seen all the belt highways. I don't shit in the damn air. Shit in the water. And I don't screw in the water or in the air. Fish do all that in the water. It's disgusting. I mean, honestly, the belt highways are... I'm so happy with how they came out. Coming in hot! Brace for impact! Now, honestly, up here I could have done a little bit better, but I'm okay with it. Maybe this coal belt could have ran straight over. I love how the Mark 6 belts look from a distance. I was going to try to use trains. Trains are fine if you're doing like small scale stuff. But at the volume I'm doing, trains are just they're not an option. Because I'm trying not to melt my PC. That's why I don't make them glow. And I'm not spending the time it would take to go through and paint all these belts. My PC hates me enough as is with this game. Hello. It's always just fun just to get on like almost the end of a belt highway and just ride it all the way back to the build. And you know, it's not like I got anything to do right now since I'm waiting for the freaking pipes to fill up. Makes for awesome content, but this does make for a really interesting way to do a world tour. Just get on a belt and ride the belt highway. My PC is an i5 with 3060 with 12 gig and 64 gigs of RAM. I've got a 9800 X3D, 4080, and 64 gigs of down to 48 or 64 gigs of RAM. I can again hear Johnny screaming, "Put PC specs in the video description." God, those autosaves hurt. Bear in mind, my current save game is 45.5 megs. So every time an autosave comes up, it's got to write 45.5 megs. As long as you're using a Mark 6 belt, you get around pretty quick. And if you slide jump on a belt, you can move really, really fast. I'm curious about something. Just bear in mind that there's a very good reason you keep seeing me switch to my jetpack. You can maintain momentum with the jetpack. You cannot with the hoverpack. Ah, okay. So at the moment I have this power plant also making power. So this is where some of the rest of my powers come from. Because I guess I'm not using this coal at the moment. Actually, I'm not really using any coal at the moment. Rob! No, he could. He easily could. I'm gonna get back to the build, check the pipes, and then we're probably gonna wrap it up for the night. Because I mean, I have been streaming for 7 hours. Be free.
Let me be free.
Now let's see if I can still do the old Pokemon Butterfree thing. New season just got released? Bet. Get that boo. Cute. Alright, I got plans. I got a plan. Ah! I got stuck. What do you think of June 2nd? 1.2 coming out to stable? I mean, I'm kind of hoping there's a couple more bug fixes when they release it in stable. I've been running into a couple bugs that have been annoying me. There's a current bug with hooking up pipes to junction and floor holes where they'll snap to the side that already has a pipe that I would like to see fixed. Beyond that, I mean, I've been on 1.2 since the experimental came out, so it'd be nice for mods and stuff to be able to come to 1.2. But beyond that, I mean, 1.2 going stable doesn't really affect me since I've been on experimental. Short of, maybe I can get the freaking Sky UI mod and actually be able to make better thumbnails without having to wait around for hours for the light to change. This playthrough began when 1.2 dropped. We did about an hour like kind of just going into 1.2, using my previous save to see what all was changed, and then we jumped straight into this playthrough and got cracking. You're still having the poof prints, nerd? Okay, we're back to the pipes. Switch back to the hover pack. And for anybody wondering how I'm doing that quickly and you're not seeing me move my mouse, whichever spot this is in is correlated to a number key. So like my hover pack, my jetpack, it's always in the first spot. So I just press the number 1 and it switches over. That one's full. Now bear in mind, I have to wait until every one of these reads 0 constantly to know that the entire system is filled. Once they all read 0 and stay at 0, I know that every air bubble is out of the system and I can fire it back up. We got some pipes. Oh, that one's in daylight. It's like, why do you look like you're a different color? Yeah, when I built, there's certain things that do not show on blueprints at all. Like when I made this, I was originally just going to do the vertical valve, but the vertical valve blueprint vert valve. Yeah. Where's the valve? I don't see no valve. And conveyor floor holes are the same way. But it is 8 o'clock. I've been streaming for the last 7 hours trying to figure out this oil shit. I'm exhausted. I want a cigarette. I love you guys, but it is time for the end of the Idjit Show. If you have not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking or watching this after fact, somehow you made it through the last 7 hours of me trying to figure out this bullshit and still not being any closer to it, please smack that subscribe button over on the YouTubes. Smack that follow button over on the Twitch. Sure, somebody could drop the links real quick before we end off. If you have it to spare, the only form of monetization that I currently have is Twitch subscriptions. If you have it to spare, consider smacking that subscribe button over on the Twitch and help financially support the channel. I would immensely appreciate it. And until next time, I've been an Idjit, obviously. Bye, everybody.